Alright, good morning, everybody. Just make sure these microphones perfect. Just make sure my microphone is hooked up. Alright, I think our audio is clear. So we had a little bit of economic data this morning. That data is causing the Dixie to spike a little bit off of the lows. We had a slowdown in building permits, which is often a bit of a leading indicator for housing, but we actually had housing starts come in a little bit hotter than expected. Just getting situated here, guys, making sure we have everything we need in front of us. So let's jump into some of the charts that are making some moves here in the pre-market. VKTX, Viking Therapeutics, getting absolutely smoked here, guys. My oh my, look at this downside move. They close it yesterday at the highs, VKTX, and they smash it right down to the lows. What is the news on this bad boy? There's got to be some news. Oh, get out of here. All right, Viking Therapeutics stock crashed after the drug maker released a study. Results of experimental weight loss pill indicating the data was way worse than investors had hoped. In a mid-stage clinical trial, VK2735, which is taken once daily as a pill, results in average weight reduction of 12.2% versus, which resulted in a reduction of 12.2% in patients taking the highest dose over a 13-week period. Patients on placebo lost 1.3% of their weight. Nearly a third of patients discontinued the treatment. Viking Therapeutics plummeted. Wow. What a move. What a move for VKTX. That is a beast. You know, what's interesting is this comes on the back of Eli Lilly offering a 40-year convertible note offering and a lot of speculation that potentially they were set to buy Viking Therapeutics, but that is a nasty fall right back to our point of control. I mean, we traded this whole move, pretty much almost this whole move on the long side, and now it's right back down to where we entered. I absolutely love that. So VKTX crashes to the downside. Nasty, nasty fall. Look at that drop. Wow, initial spike all the way to 61. That is filthy. So a spike to 61 and then a massive drop. How can they do that to people? Put in purple. How can they do that to people, guys? Look at this sheer manipulation. Viking Therapeutics, huge pump, and then a crash. That is nasty, I tell you. Okay, well that's certainly a shaker and mover today. We might be having a day trading opportunity. I still like that name. There's a lot of momentum behind it. NXST, and I need some more coffee. Just give me a sec here, guys. So we do have some more movement happening here. We have a lot of China names that are starting to report. NXST reporting, actually getting some news, gapping up here on earnings. 233 high pivot zone. Interesting. Scroll through a couple of the names. So Palo Alto, Home Depot are some of the big names. Intel's obviously moving on the back of an announcement from SoftBank. But looking at Pan W did spike in the pre-market all the way up to about this almost 190. You can see there. It is floating and grinding to the upside right now. So Pan W obviously having a blockbuster reaction off of its earnings. I anticipated that it was going to fall. The level that I would consider shorting at is a tap of that 50-day moving average, but maybe even the gap fill, 193.57. But it looks like Pan W is probably going to try to at least tap that 50-day moving average today. That's where I could see it going. But a nice reaction, clean beat there on the top and bottom line for Pan W, Palo Alto, cybersecurity stocks showing some additional strength there. Let's look at INTC, Intel seeing some movement today. So Intel's an interesting one because it's just been manipulated day after day. Whether it's Trump saying that the CEO should step down, or whether it's the Trump administration saying that they're taking a stake in it. Nevertheless, it's been heavily manipulated. That being said, Intel right now getting an investment in SoftBank from SoftBank. So a nice little stake, a big pop in the after hours, sending the stock to the upside. It looks like Intel wants to really challenge this prior day high again. Maybe go for this gap fill around 25.92. We'll see if it can hold on to those gains. The thing about Intel is it is starting to take a little bit of liquidity from AMD. So AMD obviously falling on that news. The interesting thing about AMD right now is AMD is actually coming into a nice hourly chart point of control. High volume shelf here. A lot of volume was traded in this zone here. Is this a bigger pullback into your volume area, 20-day moving average before they take this stock a little bit higher? You know, AMD's been extended beyond belief up here, but believe it or not, the chart pattern is still suggesting potentially another spike higher move. So we'll see if AMD can recapture its legs and help the semiconductors push up a little bit. But for the time being, it is coming under a bit of pressure. Let's look at Home Depot. So Home Depot is another one that just reported earnings. This stock is gapping up. It looks like it wants to target that gap fill, Home Depot. So Home Depot did miss on earnings, but yeah, nevertheless, the reaction is positive, net positive. All right, let's see what else is moving here. INCY. We got some China names we can discuss. That's a small gap up. BBBY. That's also a small gap up. So Best Buy is actually looking pretty decent here, guys. A nice flag of consolidation here. Best Buy's been really chopping in this area for quite a long time. You're getting the EMA 113 acting as daily chart support. Notice the difference between this consolidation pattern, all of these high pivots. Here you got reject off the EMA. Here you got a daily close and then rejected again. Here you got a strong daily close and then rejected again. Here you got a strong daily close, 1, 2, 3 consolidation days over and above that EMA. Now it's looking to break out. So tough. It's looking like a very strong daily chart. It looks like this wants to at least push into your daily 200 moving average, then your 1 year moving average, and then eventually work itself through. But this is a nice consolidation pattern on the daily chart for Best Buy. It's looking fairly positive from my technical perspective. Obviously, earnings is approaching, so there's always a risk there, but looking pretty good. And is seeing some distribution, pushing back to the downside, still holding above that 50-day moving average. Palantir, another day where it's basically right back down to the lows, so we took a little bit of profit off, but it looks like it wants that 20-day moving average, which is coming up into effect very shortly here. Let's look at MDT, Medtronic. Medtronic gapping down a little bit after. This was looking like a very positive chart trying to break out. It's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. MP Materials coming through a little bit of distribution again, still off of its earnings high. Let's look at Rare, RARE. That name's really not doing too much. IOVA. That name is trying to gap up here. We'll see if it can hold this strength, but nevertheless acting quite well in the near term. Yeah. So this name had a really strong move yesterday, AAOI, still holding near the highs of its chart. We'll see if it can build off of a 3-bar surge on the daily. It's a high short interest name. It is looking like it wants to show a bit of strength off of this zone. So near-term resistance that I see really comes into play around this 29 zone. So keep this AAOI on watch because it could be in for a short squeeze move. China stocks, guys, are doing really well today. So looking at XPEV, we are long and strong. XPEV and XPEV is gapping up here on earnings. So a nice positive reaction, a good double beat on both the top and bottom line. Let's just see where XPEV's high was. So XPEV slightly off of the highs, piercing that $21 level, but holding quite steady for XPEV. Nice potential move there. Looking at BABA. BABA right now also holding a little bit of strength. Baidu in the near term, also slightly positive on the tape. Let's look at Bilibili, so BILI. So Bilibili reporting earnings as well, and it's slightly under pressure. Not really a big move there. So Qs are under a bit of pressure this morning. They are seeing some downside in the pre-market. First Solar seeing a little bit of weakness here in the pre-market, so Solar stocks were very, very strong. First Solar's had a nice 1-2 punch on the daily chart. Run is still holding quite steady at the highs there. ENPH not moving as much compared to some of the other solar names. Max and Solar, nice run there. Solar Edge, SEDG. Solar Edge obviously still holding quite steady, but other names like Run are definitely holding much more firm in the grand scheme of things. Meta right now continuing to see some distribution in Meta. So Meta at the moment is still going through a bit of sell side pressure. Still above your 20-day moving average. 7-day is still upsloping, so the chart pattern is still looking okay. Netflix for the time being has had a really strong bounce off of their lows there. Microsoft still going through some distribution. I want Microsoft to fill that downside gap. Apple for the time being still going through a bit of distribution. Nvidia for the time being still acting quite well at the highs of the chart, holding this stock steady ahead of its earnings. Google still going through a little bit of distribution but holding up a-okay. Let's look at some of our healthcare stocks again because there is some news that we can discuss. So UNH saw a bit of reversal, still held positive after yesterday's session, still looking for a float and grind to the upside. HIMS today under yet again more pressure. Now we're retesting that 44 handle. I like to see it sub 44. There might be a day trade long on HIMS that we'll have to certainly keep our eye out for because HIMS is getting very, very close to a potential long level. Novo Nordisk has some news out, basically partnering with GDRX. But a nice positive gap up for Novo this morning. LLY also seeing a nice positive gap up, recapturing that 700 for the time being. We'll see if it can hold. Let's look at crypto, BTC, USD. So Bitcoin under some near-term pressure yet again. The obvious support level is your EMA 113. It looks like Bitcoin might want to hold flush to that zone, but we're still holding higher lows on BTC, so we're coming into a critical spot here that obviously everyone's watching this trend line on BTC. It is breaking right now, but we haven't confirmed the technical breakdown, so we got to give Bitcoin the benefit of the doubt considering it's still in a strong uptrend, but it is looking a little bit more vulnerable as we progress here on the daily chart. Ethereum, ETH is also looking slightly vulnerable. Ethereum's chart is looking a little bit worse. It had a nice bounce yesterday, which got faded overnight. Now it's bouncing again. You are sitting at a little bit of a point of control zone, so there is some support here, which is why we're seeing some choppy price action. But Ethereum has triggered that hourly chart or even 4-hour chart head and shoulders, which gives us a downward shift down back to that pierce of 4,000. 4,000 should be a big area. Why? Because we have a massive trend line on Ethereum going all the way back to your previous weekly high pivot, all the way back to this high pivot breakout, kind of retracing your mid-bar impulse green candle. So Ethereum has a lot of support in and around this 4,000 psychological number, backtesting the breakout zone. You have a value area low there, so there is some support there along with a weekly 7 moving average. So we'll obviously watch that closely. Sec here, guys. There we go. Through the energy market. So WTI crude, another day where it is seeing some downside pressure, staging a bit of a failed breakout here on the intraday time frame. Crude oil still looking quite weak. Natural gas, another down day for nat gas after it was looking like it was making a positive reversal yesterday. Right back down today. Maybe it's just waiting for inventories below all the key moving averages. It's a tough trend to fight right now. But nat gas still potentially putting in an inverse head and shoulders. Really, the level that it needs to maintain is this impulse green candle. So we'll call it a low of 287. You really don't want to pierce and sweep that impulse reversal candle zone. So that's kind of the level that I'm watching on nat gas. Can it hold this key impulse candle, or is it going to sweep it in the near term? So it's a big level for nat gas. It's still a little bit oversold on the daily chart intraday time frame. So we'll see if it can get a nice quick pump back up to say $3, and then we'll look for a continuation down. All right, let's look at the dollar and yields. So the Dixie right now is still trying to curl to the upside a little bit, below all of your key daily moving averages, except for your 7-day. It is trying to make a little bit of a peekaboo breakout above. If we look at the 4-hour chart, the Dixie's been going through a lot of chop and slop. This morning it is trying to turn back to the positive side. It did get a small little uptick on the back of building permits and housing data. So the two interesting tidbits of info that we got on the housing side was obviously building permits coming in softer, housing starts coming in stronger. One's leading, one's lagging. Building permits are leading, housing starts are lagging. So building permits softening a little bit, maybe showing a little bit of weakness, but so far it's a positive reaction for um, the Dixie at this point, but still negative on the tape. If we look at the 10-year yield, and then we'll look at the 2-year yield as well. So 10-year yield going through a bit of softening here. It is trying to get a bullish cross of the 7 and 20. You're still holding above your 1-year moving average, but getting rejected off of your EMA 113. 10-year yield is still potentially setting up a bit of a bearish wedge formation. You're still inside of this wide range red bar, so yields are still technically trying to soften up a bit. But if you get outside this wide range red bar candle, that is some troublesome price action for the bond market. Okay. Just scrolling through here just to see what else we have. So again, VKTX, this might be a big trading opportunity, VKTX today. I do love this gap down. You know, a impulse move from $61 here all the way down to 27. I mean, if you take that high pivot down to where we are, look at that volatility, guys. That's a 56% swing from the low to the high. That is a filthy decline. I mean, wow. That is quite crazy. Let's look at gold real quick. Gold at this point looks a little bit weak. It's been trying to hold this area, but you're currently below all the key moving at. Well, you're currently below the 7 and 20, so gold still looks like it wants to tag some near-term support. It's just putting in a rather large wedge pattern right now. So I suspect that gold's probably going to come down a little bit here in the near term. But where I suspect gold to try to retest Still holding this impulse green candle on gold, so it's still looking okay. But getting a little bit stretched here. You know, you do have that weekly 20 moving average that has now caught up to it. So that's a positive sign for gold. The fact that that weekly 20 is holding quite steady. Good sign in the near term. 32.23, big support level for gold there. Big support level. Interesting. AFRM this morning under a little bit of pressure, gapping down slightly. Nice continuation for Snapchat, guys. This is looking like it's holding this nice double bottom low for Snap. Good to see. Really good to see. AMD obviously under pressure. AMD might be along this morning, guys, off of that value area point of control. AMD does look like a potential long. So that's pretty much a top stock that I have on watch this morning. Let me just see the regular trading session hours. So you're back down to the lows on AMD. You have your point of control and this hourly chart EMA. So if AMD were to flush below 173, I would stab it on the long side. Even here, right into this value, this point of control is a really good level, I think, for AMD. I do think AMD is still sizing up and getting ready for a potential bounce. So not a bad level. Let's look at this 30-minute chart real quick. Yeah, 30 minutes not too bad. 2-hour chart. Yeah, so I like AMD on the long side, guys, for sure. Scrolling through to see what else is shaking and moving today. DKNG. DraftKings has been fairly strong, under a little bit of pressure this morning. Gapping down, kind of negating yesterday's gap up. Altimmune seeing a little bit of strength today. Let's look at SRPT. SRPT still acting quite well off of the lows. Let's look at biotechs today. XBI yesterday ran into its 1-year moving average. Saw some rejection off of that zone. Pretty impressive little trend line that it tagged and pierced as well. But biotechs is grinding one day at a time, still looking very strong in the overall trend for XBI, which does support higher price in the IWM. FNGR, finger motion, that name is seeing some positive price action this morning. Saw a nice daily chart breakout candle above your 20 days, getting some follow through today. This one could look like it's setting up for a squeeze. NIO is acting quite well, so this name is looking to build a little bit of momentum, flagging quite nicely on NEO here. This is a very strong looking bull flag that appears to be wanting to set up for NIO. Good weekly chart retesting of your 7-day, sorry, your 7-week. Yeah, NIO is looking pretty strong for a continuation. Yeah, SoFi. So I mentioned that yesterday that I'd stay away from SoFi until we made a sweep of that high. And what do you know? We're right back down. We're right back to that level. So SoFi is still acting quite well in the grand scheme of things. IQ, that name is trying to push up again after it's seen some follow through yesterday. So you're getting a little bit more of a decline occurring in the markets right now. Scrolling through, guys, to see what else we have on watch, but indices are under a little bit of pressure. Intel still acting well, PanW acting well, a few China names acting well. Silver this morning under a little bit of pressure. Looking a little bit distributive here. Let's look at some of our high flyers. AEO, that name is still just consolidating. Let's look at ANF. Some of our retail stocks. ANF saw a nice bounce under a little bit of pressure this morning. KSS. Cold Store. Still trying to look like it's consolidating, but probably roping in new people before it has a decline. Nike's actually acting very, very well. Higher lows looking to sweep the high here, so Nike's doing quite well. Nike, I still think, can make a move back above this high. The clear little resistance that I'm seeing is there's some minor resistance here, but Nike could make a push for, call it 81, 82 bucks in the near term. Let's look at Lulu. Yeah, Lululemon is also looking to push above its 20-day here. Looking like the 50 days its next resistance for Lulu. Sarfar is asking about VKTX again. Yeah, so VKTX gapping down sharply on the back of some news. I do have a bit of a long level, but we got to be careful with this name. Now the question is this a big liquidity grab on VKTX? I have mentioned it a couple times already this morning, but VKTX almost a 58% swing from the high to the low. I mean, to think we spiked high all the way to above 61, then we dropped down to 25 bucks. That is a filthy, filthy epic reversal. So nasty 50% swing, and we traded VKTX on the long side. We caught most of these this move when I entered down here around that $27 or so. We caught that whole entire move. Well, not the whole entire move, but we made our money on VKTX, that's for sure. The call options that we took with members. Nevertheless, VKTX gapping down this morning right back into our point of control, heavy consolidation. But the problem with this name now is that's some negative news, and there's so much long liquidity that's trapped in here that has a choice to make: cut their losses or try to fight, stay through. Most people will probably try to cut their losses on this name. But then the interesting thing about VKTX is there's rumors that Lilly is acquiring some liquidity, trying to sell some bonds in anticipation of maybe buying VKTX. So it's just kind of interesting as to how this sort of plays out. Big decline. Are they making the stock cheaper for Lilly? I don't know. Speculation, right? But we'll see what happens. But the buy level for VKTX, obviously it's underneath its point of control zone. I would have to anticipate, well, let's look at it quickly. So you've lost that breakout zone. You're underneath all of your key daily moving averages again. Your low was around 25 bucks, give or take a few. If you throw up a fib retrace of this area, right now you're trading you're below the 618, so that's a very negative sign. You really have to, I'm going to have to throw on some ATRs here just to see how extended we are. It's a big move down though. It's really big. You're blasting through, even your weekly ATRs you're blasting through. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Let's go to the monthly chart here. I mean, really the only level that I see is this monthly 50 moving average sitting at 2451. Maybe your weekly 200, yeah, 2451 to 2495, your weekly 200 moving average and your monthly 50. That's kind of the long area that I'm seeing here. Let's draw a box here. So 2450, what is that area again? Let me just see. 25 Pierce. Yeah, 25 to 2450. There's about a 50-cent range, small size. You've kept 25, small range. So, okay, nice. Nice. Yeah, I would buy it around that weekly and monthly chart support level. That's really the only area that I'm seeing. Okay. So we'll obviously see what happens there for VKTX. Intel seeing a little bit more distribution. Semis are coming under a bit of pressure as well. RKLB doing quite well today, guys. Rocket Labs is seeing some strength. So that's a positive sign. Rocket Labs, nice daily chart potential bull flag. Looking like it wants to break out here in the near term. Interesting. Let's look at ASTS. ASTS not really performing the same. Let's look at RKT. RKT not really performing the same way. Dixie's trying to move up a little bit more. Nat Gas still getting pummeled here. Wow, Nat Gas having a waterfall sell-off. Sweeping that low pivot on a 4-hour chart. My oh my, Nat Gas getting heavy down here. That is filthy. Alright, so 15 minutes till the open. Let's look at the S&P 500 here, shall we? We'll look at the SPX, less trend lines. So SPX still has the 7-day moving average coming up as support. We are potentially hitting that zone right now. Today we might backtest that area. We look at the NDX. NDX is below its 7-day, but just slightly below. IWM still holding above its 7-day moving average. Let's turn off some of these opening ranges. So SPY today, let's see what SPY is doing again. So SPY is outperforming the Qs. Qs are underperforming everything for the time being. Let's go to our intraday time frame. Let's just change it to regular trading hours. So SPY was very choppy yesterday, flat on the tape. Obviously, I tried breaking out near the end of the session, getting above that point of control. I still have some upside targets, but the question is, do they want to take this market a little bit lower before they try to push us for new highs? I'm still bullish the market, even though we are going through a bit of distribution here. Considering some of the names that have sold off, we're still holding up quite well. Your aggressive support level is your value area low here, 642.59. The big level for SPY that I'm going to be watching again today. Let me just go to the 15-minute chart. So one thing I just want to bring to your attention is yesterday, that 10-minute chart EMA 113 was horrific. This orange moving average was horrific resistance. We peaked above it yesterday for 10 minutes and then got slammed down throughout the whole course of the day, about a dozen times here. And then finally into the end of the session, we got a close above it, consolidation, and then a breakout candle. So this is why I think the market actually is going to stage for potentially a bit of a reversal back up today. But it is gapping down this morning. We'll see if this gets bought up. But that 10-minute chart EMA should be on watch. Technically speaking, when we're below it, price action is bearish. If we get above it today, I think we could have a really big push to the upside today. But your first aggressive buy level on SPY would be the 642.49. If you're a little bit more conservative, you're going to wait for a retest of this lower channel zone that we've been chopping in around. And then there's still a potential that we could sweep this impulse green candle. That's where a lot of volume is sitting. That's your breakaway gap from Tuesday last week. So we'll see if they want to sweep this liquidity to the downside and then reverse us higher. But SPY long, first aggressive level, 642.49. If you're a little more conservative, you wait for a sweep / pierce of this channel. Okay? And if we start getting closes, an hourly close below this pivot, then there's some troublesome price action and we could be heading down to 640 on SPY. But there's still a lot of support. I mean, you have your 20-minute EMA 113 approaching pretty quickly here. 30-minute EMA is around that 640. Still in a very strong uptrend. Higher highs, higher lows on the larger time frame. So we want to give the market the benefit of the doubt. Nvidia is positive in the pre-market. So we'll see if this market can try to give us some sort of a move today to trade, but the indices have been really, really flat. But I do think AMD is on watch for a long trade. I'm looking at taking some call options on AMD for a bounce. I like, if we flush into this 173 Pierce zone, I think AMD longs make a lot of sense just for a quick snapback bounce. And then VKTX, we discussed already. That name would have to flush down to 25, sub 25 again, personally for me. Pan W, obviously I did mention that briefly in the morning session. Pan W spiked all the way up to about 190, just shy. I would have to wait for Pan W to hit the 50-day moving average before I execute a short on Palo Alto. So if Palo Alto tags that 50-day, I might consider a short on Pan W. IWM is acting the best right now. So IWM obviously was relatively strong yesterday. We did trade that one, 228 calls, which went in the money quite briefly. They were up about 50% at the highs. But nevertheless, IWM is still trying to hold above all of its key moving averages on the hourly chart, which is typically a bullish sign. You can see the short-term resistance that IWM is running into. So it's still just digesting this large move. I still think IWM can push up and try to work itself back to, say, 231. It's probably going to try to eventually fill this gap to the upside. But for the time being, still very, very choppy for IWM. The bigger backtest level that I have on the Russell is basically your 15-minute chart support which is down here. If you're not long the IWM, I think that's your big level to buy around 227 Pierce. This is an upsloping target, so it does change as price action consolidates. You do have 10-minute chart support sitting right around 227.48, your bigger EMA level. So we'll see what wants to happen with small caps. Let's look at quickly regionals, its main components. So regionals had a really strong close yesterday, and the chart pattern on regionals, KRE, is still looking pretty good. I still think regionals is shaping up for this inverse head and shoulders. Whether or not it triggers is yet to be seen, but I think that we're going to get a retest of this 63.60 zone, and then market makers will kind of decide if there's enough liquidity to send it back down, or if they want to give us a true breakout. But I think there could be a fake breakout going to occur on KRE, but in the near term, I suspect we're going to push up, grab more long liquidity off of this larger pattern, and then try to take us a little bit lower. Biotechs, XBI. XBI is still looking very strong. A little bit of sell side pressure today, but looking very, very good for a continuation move. Let's look at biotechs because there might be a long trade here on XBI. You've had a clear daily chart breakout. Yeah, biotechs around this 89.40, guys, could stage a bit of a bounce. I would consider it around 89.40 for sure for a bounce there. XBI. Not looking too bad. Let's look at retail XRT. So XRT is positive right now, or basically flat. Another chart pattern that is holding quite well, and another large component for the IWM. So XRT right now is showing some steady price action, and it does look like it's going to try to at least push again to target this next high pivot zone, which is around 87.93. Above all of the key daily chart moving average chart patterns looking pretty good. RSI is not even extended, so this is why I still think that IWM has more room to run. All right, guys, 5 minutes. 5 minutes left till showtime, and we will see what type of action we get. Under still acting well, SoFi acting well, Intel acting well, PanW acting well, Nexstar Media acting well, WW Granger seeing a little bit of distribution, Medtronic, XP, WEC, JBL, DraftKings under a little bit of pressure. Most active stocks: Intel, J&J, Nvidia, Walmart, SoFi, Medtronic, Palantir, AMD, Lucid, Tesla, Plug, Hood, PanW, Oracle, UNH, New Holdings, Duke Energy, Amer Sports. I didn't look at AS. Amer Sports right now, seeing a little bit of gap down. TFC. That's trying to hold steady, gapping up. Let's look at Hood today. That Hood weekly chart is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. I haven't looked at Webull in a while. I know people are trying to set it up for that next Hood chart. Still acting well. Not a bad chart on Bull. Still acting quite well. Alright, let's flip to the dual screen mode. We'll watch a couple of the charts here, the main indices. Intel still holding quite steady, gapping up. We'll see if the market makers do that little bit of a trend reversal where they buy up other semis and sell Intel, but Intel acting quite well off of that SoftBank announcement. Standing up here for the open. ATRs here. BKTX here, guys. The gap down VKTX. AMD still looking interesting, guys. AMD is almost into a long level. AMD piercing through support here. AMD's into a long. All right, guys, I'm long AMD 172. 172. I'm long AMD, guys. I'm just common shares long. That is gapping through some serious support here. I'm long 172 AMD. Intel still strong. I will add to AMD long around 171. I'll take a second fill. Still getting some sell side pressure. Intel ripping, opens nicely positive. How's VKTX doing? VKTX coming into my long level as well. Wow, VKTX. All right, I'm taking a second fill here on AMD at 171. Pierce. AMD is getting slapped. All right, 170.90, guys. 170.90, second entry. So I'm long AMD. That's saw a really harsh downward move. Let's look at VKTX because I am interested in taking a stab on the long side. Can see it's hitting that 25 zone again. Question is, does it want to sweep this low pivot? My oh my. Still getting some heavy sell side pressure. Microsoft coming into that gap, guys. Looking at taking some profits on Microsoft here. That's a member swing trade short on Microsoft. I am looking at taking profits, guys. AMD is still getting knifed on. Wow, AMD is just getting absolutely bludgeoned here. AMD is getting bludgeoned. SPY coming into 20-minute chart support. They are knifing my AMD level. That is a filthy decline. Good thing it's just common shares. Good thing it's just common shares. What a harsh decline there. Bitcoin, SPY, Qs, IWM all negative. Netflix getting hit sharply. Come on, bounce this AMD chart back up. You're testing your value area low. SPY's coming into 20-minute chart support. Intel's still doing quite well. SOX is weak. Transport stocks are okay. Home builders are okay. Solar's seeing a little bit. Healthcare is okay. Some China names are okay. Palantir down another 3.7%. Can you believe it? Carvana is negative. KHC green. Marvell down sharply. But huge sell-off in AMD right now. SOX is under some pressure this morning. Nvidia getting hit pretty hard. So AMD is hitting 4-hour chart support. But we trimmed our Microsoft short, guys, just as a heads up to members. Palantir is falling. Yep, PLTR under a lot of pressure right now. That's for sure. And my next target, we trimmed a little bit yesterday, but my next target is gap fill. We'll see, obviously, if it wants to happen. SPY still holding steady near the lows, testing that lower boundary channel. The IWM's catching a nice bid. IWM's back to the green side, guys. So IWM's still holding a little bit more strength. AMD trying to firm up just a touch here. Still think AMD can retest that 173 zone. SPY obviously getting cracked to the downside. Still trying to hold above 20-minute chart support. We'll see if it wants to hold. Good risk to reward. SPY long down here if it sweeps this low pivot. Looks like it might try to. Snapchat still holding steady. Ethereum still down 0.5%. SOX is starting to get a bit of a bounce here, so keep your eye on these semis. So SOX are trying to stage a little bit of a bounce off of the lows. We'll see if that wants to translate into anything. Come on, AMD. Intel at the highs. VKTX still down 39%. Look at this VKTX chart. Staging a bit of a bounce here off of that long level. Anyone that took that 24 Pierce, 25 Pierce, you are in the driver's seat. Intel is ripping up 7.9% on Intel. That is a monster move. Again, I still think these markets can go green. IWM is starting to move here, guys. IWM could be telling us that investors are not really too worried about this decline. We are seeing some strength in the Russell. Come on, IWM. Keep pushing. Lift that S&P. Big divergence. Tesla's gone negative. Novo's still green. SoFi's negative. You have Nvidia down 0.4, Apple down slightly, Google down 1%, Meta down almost 1, Amazon almost down 1, Netflix down 1.3, JP Morgan's still green. AMD's trying to fight itself to the upside. It's trying to fight back here. Come on, AMD. Big bounce on the S&P 500 here. Really decent bounce. Big bounce on SOXX. Take a look at that. SOX trying to go green here, guys. If this goes green, we could see SOX absolutely fly today. QQQ still underperforming. SPY still underperforming. IWM pushing above 228. Let's go IWM. Pump us to 230 today. That IWM chart is starting to rip, guys. Look at IWM starting to rip. Still holding AMD. Gold is negative. Dixie negative. Yields negative. Nat gas down. Oil down. Quite a bit of weakness hitting the tape off of the open. AMD's trying to recapture a bit of momentum here. Intel still at the highs. Snapchat still under a little bit of pressure. Marvell under a little bit of pressure today. Come on, AMD. Get yourself back up. Push yourself back up. So SPY trying to hold above that 15-minute chart support. So remember, the next big level on the S&P is your 10-minute chart resistance from yesterday. The chart is just trying to populate here. Come on, AMD. Get your big butt up there. So 10-minute chart. If we can recapture this 10-minute EMA 113, guys, SPY's going to take out this prior day high. AMD's still a little heavy. Apple's gone green, BABA green, XPEV green, Baidu green, CRM green. Copper stocks are seeing some strength. Insurance seeing a little bit of price action. Staples are acting well. UNH has gone green. HIMS is down another 0.7. Interesting. Still seeing some heavy selling. Nvidia under a little bit of pressure right now. Nat gas getting clobbered. IWM still acting well. Open, that's up 3.7. The heck is this LASE? LASE. Whew, monster move to the upside. Look at that LASE. That is crazy. That is crazy. Alright guys, PLTR is definitely in for a potential bounce as well. Look at that move down. SPY getting a huge bounce on the S&P 500. Let's look at NKE. Viking Therapeutics still down 39%, but trying to hold off of the lows. Nike looks promising, guys. So your XLY basket, the likes of Tesla, Amazon, Nike, Home Depot, you know, they're looking pretty good. Home Depot, look at that, at the highs, surging. So it could put some strength back into XLY. PLTR trying to make a move here. AMD still at the lows. Intel at the highs. Nvidia at the lows. Look at NVO. That name is pumping to the upside as well. SOX is trying to go green here. Intel's absolutely ripping. Intel wants its gap fill. My oh my, Intel, what a beast. Holding structure here. AMD still weak on the tape, but this name should catch a bit of a bid, especially if semis try to go green here. SPY, big ripper on SPY, guys. Palantir's still struggling. Pan W still up 5.8%, but off of the highs. ONDS trying to make a little bit of a move here as well. Whoa, big reversal down. Nasty. IOVA, let's see what's happening there. SOX is about to go green, guys. SOXL is green. SPY looking to turn positive. There it is, positive. Look at these nasty little reversals back up. Look at SOX here. Beautiful reversal. Trying to pump to the high side. That is a filthy move. IWM, look at that. Stunning potential break to the upside on IWM. We still have 230 calls for the late August time frame. AMD still trying to firm up off of the lows here. Come on, AMD. Show us what you're made of. Make that really bullish red to green reversal. Wow, Nvidia getting absolutely knifed here. Oh my goodness, look at Nvidia free falling. That is a filthy decline on NVDA. That is nasty. That could be troublesome for the markets. Nvidia, the big bad boy, seeing some selling. Intel still holding steady. Novo green, Starbucks green, Lennar printing to the upside. FedEx doing quite well. Semis are still holding steady. Let's look at UPS because that is on watch for a swing trade. That's seeing some nice positive price today. BMNR down another 2.6%. Sound down another 3.9%. HIMS continuing to see pressure. Downside pressure. HIMS is getting very interesting. HIMS is getting very interesting, guys. You're getting slightly oversold intraday, setting up for a potential. SOX are trying to make a move here, guys. SOXX. Intel's pushing $26. Intel's putting the SOX on its back here, trying to break out of yesterday's high pivot on SOXX. Good morning, Muhammad. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Nvidia is still looking heavy here. Looking really heavy on Nvidia, but Intel acting quite well. There is a long level on Nvidia coming up. It's around 170, 180 Pierce. 180 Pierce on Nvidia looks promising for a long. SOX is still trying to hold steady here. SPY getting some top wicks. AMD still slightly off of the lows, but Nvidia is really weighing in on things right now. Nvidia is seeing some harsh decline today. We'll see if it can firm up. SPY getting rejected harshly. IWM still green, but top wicks, SPY, Qs. Qs are underperforming in a big way here. Tesla back to the negative side. Meta down 1. Amazon down 1. Google down 1. Apple still slightly green. Nvidia down 1. Microsoft down about 1%. We are seeing the QQQ coming through a world of hurt at the moment. A world of hurt. Look at Nvidia still trying to fall here. That is a filthy, filthy decline occurring in the tape. QQQ is definitely leading the dance right now. Qs are trying to bust through the lows. What type of support are we looking at on the Qs now? That is the question. The Qs are leading the dance to the downside. You're busting through your 30-minute EMA 113. That's a pretty harsh decline on the Qs. Semis are still trying to hold steady through Intel. So you have this opposite price action occurring. Intel at the highs, Nvidia getting sold into at the lows. At some point, Nvidia should try to stabilize here. IWM still holding above 228, acting quite well. You can see you're pushing back to this previous high pivot on the Qs. So there is some support here on the QQQ, but is it enough? They are absolutely knifing NVIDIA and the Qs down here. AMD still near the lows. NVIDIA has some hourly chart support coming up. There's an aggressive trend line that we can try to take on the long side here, coming right into play. The low prior day on NVIDIA. So there is an aggressive long trade here on NVIDIA around a 180 Pierce. We're coming into it right now. QQQ still struggling here immensely. SOX is still holding steady from Intel strength. IWM seeing some top wicks. What a dump on Hood. Yep. HIMS is down another 2.28%, guys. HIMS is still falling here. I actually don't mind HIMS from a technical long standpoint for a scalp long intraday, guys. HIMS is a nice potential scalp long here. 44 Pierce. I'm going to take some common shares long on HIMS, guys. Come on, give me 44 Pierce. Give me 44 Pierce on HIMS. And I will get long HIMS. NVIDIA is still falling sharply. IWM top wicks. Alright, NVIDIA is a long into this level, guys. It's an aggressive long. Common shares long on NVIDIA here. Come on, HIMS. Give it up. NVIDIA is hitting some 30-minute chart support. I'm getting ready to go long HIMS. What about Manchester United versus Man City? Dang, dang. Sounds like a call in Manchester United versus Man City. Hey, my team just beat Man United the other day. I'm an Arsenal fan. A gunner. So I'm happy. We played like crap, but we still won. All right, I'm looking at a long on HIMS here, guys. The S&P 500 is trying to stabilize a bit. Same thing with the Qs. Qs are still looking heavy, but trying to stabilize just a touch here. SPY still trying to hold above yesterday's lows. You can see that parallel channel, but HIMS is below 44 is a long on HIMS, guys, for me. Here we go. Come on. I'm going to take common shares long on HIMS. I am going to take common shares long on HIMS. NVIDIA trying to bounce. Come on, HIMS. All right, 44 Pierce. All right, guys, I am long HIMS there. 43.98 long. 43.98 long. Yep, Mohammed, I'm long HIMS now, and I'm long AMD. And I still have call options in the IWM and SOX, which are a little bit more member swings. But I'm long now. This is a half position on HIMS. It's a half position. Where I'd consider adding more to HIMS is, just give me a second here, about $1 lower. SPY's still trying to hold that EMA on the 20-minute chart. Let's see if we can get a bullish reversal back up. Intel seeing some top wicks. IWM still trying to push. Oil still negative. Nat gas still negative. Bitcoin retesting 115. SOX are now coming back down a little bit more. SPY's trying to hold steady just a touch here. AMD still trying to bounce slightly off of its value area low. HIMS is catching a nice bounce here, guys. Come on back up, HIMS. SPY catching a nice bounce. HIMS catching a nice bounce. Let's look at AMD here. AMD also trying to firm up. Apple's still pushing here on Apple. Apple's doing quite well, guys. Intel seeing some top wicks. Come on, HIMS. Get your big butt up there. AMD right back down to the lows. Tesla's still acting well, guys. Tesla's green on the tape. Nice bounce on HIMS. Nvidia's trying to bounce. So that 170, that 180 Pierce on Nvidia is proving to be a little bit of support. Nice bounce on the equity markets, trying to stay steady here. SPY, let's see if SPY can work itself back higher here. Still trying to hold 15-minute chart support. Gas, IWM is pumping right now. 228.19 on deck. It's green. Qs are still down 0.5%. SPY still slightly negative. AMD still trying to hold 170, but weak on the tape. SPY, come on, SPY, lift this market back up. IWM still pushing to the upside. Still see some semiconductors potentially trying to break out today. I still think AMD can retest 173.50 today at the minimum. AMD catching a nice bid here. Intel pushing, HIMS trying to push. We are long this market, guys. We are long this market. Looking for a red to green reversal in many names today. I think SPY can still go for that high of day. It's acting well. HIMS looking like a very strong bounce off that 43.98. That was a beautifully telegraphed level on HIMS, guys. 43.98. We almost picked the exact low pivot. We just need this AMD to firm up as well. AMD I still think can retest this point of control zone. My average on AMD is sitting at 171.44 here. Tesla new high of day up 0.66, Apple up 0.54. So you're seeing that consumer discretionary basket acting well. Amazon still struggling, but it should try to firm up if that consumer discretionary holds steady. Look at the big bounce in SPY. You also have SOX trying to go green here again, guys. SOX is trying. Even with the weakness in AMD and Nvidia, SOX is really trying. QQQ trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Still lagging the market with mega cap under a bit of pressure. But we'll see if SPY can try to firm up off these lows. HIMS now getting sold into. Come on, HIMS, hold steady. Again, I'm just taking common shares with this volatility, this extra volatility that we're observing today. XOM still negative, PayPal's green, XPEV still doing well. IWM still above 228, trying to hold steady. See Mr. Softy again. Mr. Softy trying to bounce off of that gap fill. PLTR. PLTR is super extended to the downside, trying to bounce slightly. AMD still trying to firm up off of the lows. Come on, AMD. Push it. HIMS is still under some pressure. SPY still trying to hold steady here, guys. Nvidia is still trying to recapture its prior day low. SPY still trying to hold 643. So SPY, remember that resistance that we discussed yesterday, that EMA 113 on SPY 10-minute chart? Look what we're approaching right now. So if we can get above this EMA, that would be a super bullish sign for the equity market. Super bullish sign. So let's watch that closely because that is a really big resistance zone for the S&P. AMD's still trying to bounce a little bit here. We're almost basically flat on our AMD trade. HIMs we're green. Looking for semis to still move up here. Come on, Sox. Give us a punch through this wedge pattern. Break us out to the upside. Ethereum catching some extra strength. Now back above 4,300. QQQ still negative. SPY about to go green. IWM still holding steady. Dow is green. Tesla's ripping today, guys. SOX has gone green again. Look at this. Let's go, SOX. Let's go, AMD. Let's go, HIMS. Look at SOXX trying to hold steady and break out of a little bit of a formation here. Nvidia catching a nice wick. S&P 500 still testing that 10-minute chart resistance zone. Can it get above it? What is HIMS going to do here? Is HIMS going to give us a nice little morning push back to 45 bucks? Potentially. Still very weak on the tape. And I'm only a half position long on HIMS. I would add $1 lower, around 42.98. Come on, AMD, take us back to the green side. Nvidia is still trying to bounce on the 5, 10, 15-minute chart. SPY's still trying to hold steady. Carvana's down 2%. Microsoft still down 0.68. CNC acting well today. UNH down 1.13. AMD still down 2.92. Marvell down 1.5. Snap down 0.89. Healthcare stocks still showing some strength today. Rivian down 1.29. HIMS is still down 2, getting sold into slightly. CGC down today. MSOS down another 2.5%. IWM seeing a little bit of top wicks. Tesla's still holding firm, but seeing some top wicks. Come on, SPY, give us a move. HIMS is getting sold into a little bit here. Apple's still looking very, very strong. Apple Dapple's still pushing. Pushing above its point of control. Can Apple help lift this market higher? We will find out. HIMS is seeing some top wicks. AMD is seeing some top wicks. Nvidia still trying to recapture its prior day low. IWM back to the negative side. VKTX still down 40% on VKTX. HIMS is now getting sold into. So more distribution hitting this tape. Apple going for another new high of day. IWM still trying to curl. Palo Alto getting faded slightly. HIMS still looking a little bit weaker. Trying to hold this area. SPY's still trying to hold steady. SPY's trying to go green. Seeing some slight sell side pressure off that 10-minute chart resistance. But we should try to get back above it. HIMS is still trying to hold steady. Come on, give us a 1-2 punch, SPY. Give us a 1-2 punch. Netflix getting clobbered today, down 2.65%. Intel going for another new high. Apple still trying to push for 232, but seeing some slight top wick sell side pressure. Tesla seeing a little bit of distribution. IWM making a nice push again. Still seeing some resiliency in the Russell, holding green while Qs and SPY are negative, which is still a positive sign. You're still seeing investors buying a little bit of risk assets, guys. Come on, SPY, get a big push back to that POC. SOX is still trying to go green here, guys. Nvidia back above prior day. Here we go. SPY is trying to test that 10-minute EMA. Come on, get above it. Get above it, SPY. Get above it, and we should see some heavy call flow and long volume enter this market. If SPY can get back above this 10-minute chart, 643.17 zone. It's struggling. AMD seeing more sell side. IWM is trying to punch through here, guys. Look at the divergence in the Russell. Russell is just a monster today, pushing for new highs. We'll see if it wants to lift this market. Strength coming back into regional banks today, pushing to the upside. Biotech XBI still trying to bottom out here. SPY punching through that resistance. Retail stocks are doing extraordinarily well, up 1%. This is a good sign for risk assets and showing that money is flowing into some of your riskier names. Let's look at GameStop here. If XRT is doing well, I'm surprised GameStop's not up a little bit more, but you're getting a lot of participation from XLY, Nike, Home Depot, Lulu, those likes. Tesla obviously still acting quite well. SPY's busting through that resistance zone. Come on. Give us a nice close above. Tesla acting well, bouncing over from its opening range high. Still trying to hold steady here. HIMS is still going through a little bit of distribution down here. SPY's acting a little bit better. SOX are basically flat to green. Apple going for another high of day push. IWM just made a new high of day. We are seeing the small caps leading this market. When small caps are this strong, it's going to be hard to keep SPY down, guys. Look at that buying pressure in the IWM. Bang, bang. Look at that. SPY is trying to get a close above that 10-minute chart EMA. We are seeing the small caps absolutely squeezing. Look at that squeeze in the IWM. That is a filthy squeeze. Now we're getting above these two previous pivot zones, which could put us into that gap window, guys. IWM is starting to make a move here. My oh my, our 230 calls are waking up on the Russell. SPY's pushing, SOX is pushing, AMD still lagging. Wow, we are squeezing in small cap land. Look at HIMS. HIMS is starting to firm up here at the lows. SPY had a convincing close above that 10-minute EMA. Well, we haven't actually. It's still 5 minutes left in that candle. But SPY's looking much, much better here on the 10 and 15-minute chart. It is starting to wake up. Just a moment of time before AMD plays catch up. Apple's just ripping IWM, almost hitting 229 on a full size squeeze. This is insane. That is a monster move on the Russell. SOX is squeezing. Let's see if AMD wants to firm up now, guys. What a beast of a push in the IWM. Look at that main indice. That is a filthy, filthy breakout for SPY and the IWM. That's what I'm talking about. Let's see if SOX can now help lift this market. SOX is still trying to push, even though AMD is weak on the tape and Nvidia is weak on the tape. You're seeing semiconductors acting quite well. SOX L, which we're long the $28 calls. Come on. Let's see how much we can push this bad boy up. AMD still struggling just a little bit, but Intel and Nvidia is seeing some strength. Can they turn AMD green today? That would be a remarkable rally in the equity markets if they turn AMD. Remember, we had a fairly muted day in the major indices yesterday, a lot of sideways chop and slop. So we're due for potentially a big rally. I think we're certainly due for a big rally in these markets. IWM though still trying to hold steady. SPY still holding steady here. See if we can get that 10-minute close above POC. SOX is still trying to push here. Beautiful move on SOX. Intel still strong. HIMS still acting quite well. Can they turn HIMS green? Can they push this QQQ green? Qs are still negative. SPY and Russell are green on the tape. So imagine they turn the Qs green, how big of a rally we could have on the S&P and major indices. We could see SPY all the way back up to this high of this channel, guys. If they try to turn this market green, we could see SPY make a big push to the upside. A really big push. Come on, SOX. Keep pushing. HIMS is still pushing. AMD still fairly muted here. AMD really hasn't started to participate yet. So Remember, AMD is the heaviest weighting in your SOXX. So if this name starts to really make a red to green reversal, it should absolutely cause a blockbuster move in your semis, SPY, and Qs. IWM still seeing a little bit of top wick distribution, 228.70, but very strong on the tape. Come on, AMD. What do you got? What do you got? Intel, still a beast, holding quite steady. NVIDIA, trying to bounce off of the lows. SPY, testing 644 above your prior day high. For now, that is a very positive sign for the S&P 500. Let's see if AMD and NVIDIA can get their big butts positive. Apple right now is obviously a strong mega cap name that is putting the Dow components and partially the S&P 500 on its back. Tesla is ripping with your consumer discretionary ETF. That is acting quite well. Tesla's looking extremely bullish here. An inverse head and shoulders is triggering. Tesla could be seeing a new high of day. Tesla could squeeze to 346. If this turns out to be the rally that I think it could be, if we get some red to green reversals in your other mag names, Tesla could be in for a really epic squeeze. We're seeing some top wick distribution though in the IWM. A little bit more profit taking coming in. HIMS is still trying to hold above that 44 zone. Big level for HIMS off of that area. SOXL is up 0.84%. But we could see a bigger move in these indices today, guys, because we had such a slow day yesterday. Look at SOX squeezing here, guys. SOXX pushing to the upside. Pump these semiconductor markets. Pump it. AMD now starting to potentially catch a little bit of a bid here. Come on, AMD. I'm still negative on my common shares. 171.44 here is my average. SOX is still trying to squeeze to the upside. IWM, a little bit of top wick distribution. Those are some breakout. Those are the buyers that are trying to chase the breakout or getting sold into. But I do suspect that IWM likely should retest the highs. Dixie's still negative. Yields are still soft on the tape. Semis are still trying to make a move. AMD trying to show a little bit of participation here. NVIDIA is still slightly weak on the tape. SPY's still acting quite well, guys. Look at your semiconductors squeezing. Let's go. Let's frickin' go. Take our SOXL $28 calls in the money. I'd love to see that happen today. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Squeeze that S&P. Squeeze this market higher, guys. We're still in a raging bull market. And yesterday saw a massive inside consolidation, which supports much higher price in these equity markets. AMD trying to firm a look at SOX. SOX is absolutely ripping. Up 1% now on SOXL. SOXX up 0.35, breaking out. Let's see if we get a backtest of OR high and then a continuation. That's what I'm watching for. Let's put SPY on that side of the screen. We'll flip back to HIMS here. HIMS is still under a bit of distribution, but trying to hold steady. SPY consolidating right now above its prior day high. And remember, we're above that 10-minute chart resistance. So yesterday, that 10-minute EMA kept us in check pretty much all session long. And now we are trading above it. So a really healthy sign for this market. Intel squeezing, NVIDIA looking a little bit more bullish, Apple still pushing, IWM still pushing, yields are soft, nat gas getting clobbered, oil negative, Bitcoin still under 115, Qs are still down 0.3, IWM up 0.3, SPY slightly green up 0.11. Can they take this market, the QQQ green? That's what I'm waiting for. I want to see these Qs try to go green. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting SPY, but that's okay. This is technically a little bit of an intraday breakout. Red to green reversal on SPY is bullish. As long as we hold above these opening range highs, SPY could easily retest this upper boundary channel, guys. This is why I said we're going long this market. I was expecting some red to green reversals. I still think AMD is going to retest 173.50 today. AMD is still down 3% on the tape, and you have the S&P green. And I still think the Qs can turn green. We just need to see Nvidia hold a little bit here. SPY is back above that point of control. Come on, SPY. HIMS is still holding steady here. No real participation yet from AMD, guys. No real participation, but we'll see if that name wants to firm up. It is hitting some really interesting 4-hour chart support. You're tagging today your 4-hour chart 50 moving average. That's a previous area where we bounced sharply off of. Let's see what else we got going on in this tape. 2-hour chart support, still a little bit lower. AMD seeing another little wave of selling. Stocks are seeing another little wave of selling. Intel still holding quite steady. Apple still holding quite steady. IWM still above 228.50. Seeing a little bit of selling. There's some minor selling. SPY is starting to see a little bit of selling as well. Things are still acting okay though. Back testing your prior day high on SPY. AMD trying to firm. Nvidia is still acting well. HIMS is still trying to push a little bit here. We're still looking for more upside in this market. I think we can get more upside. Come on. Volatility settling down a little bit here. Apple's still strong. Tesla's still strong. Nvidia still down 0.5%. AMD still your weak part of the market right now. SPY getting a little bit of distribution here. Let's look at the Qs. Qs are definitely underperforming, but can they make a red to green reversal on the Qs, guys? That could be a nasty little hourly wick. Trying to hold on to prior day low on the Qs. Definitely some resistance there. Mega cap tech is seeing some clear divergences today. Look at RSP today, guys. RSP at the highs up 0.64%, showing that the S&P 500 is getting some broad market participation, and obviously your QQQ indices are lagging. I want to see SPY try to hold this point of control. The 643.72 is a big area for SPY. I want to see it hold that. AMD still under a little bit of distribution. HIMS is still trying to hold steady off of that zone. Let's look at Oscar. Oscar coming in a little bit. UNH obviously under a bit of downside pressure. CNC today. Look at CNC starting to rip, guys. Up 3.26% on CNC. Nice V-shaped recovery starting to occur. Okay. Snapchat. That's trying to recover as well. What do we got? PRFX up 91. Intel up 11. Palantir still down 5.8. Wow. PLTR just getting absolutely smoked today, guys. I would look to take profits on my PLTR if we hit this gap fill. We're up over 9% on those short trades. Obviously, we did take profits on our Microsoft short. That came right into our gap fill target. Basically, the trade is now risk-free. Hood is still seeing a little bit of sell side price today, but bouncing off of the lows. Let's look at Roblox again. RBLX trying to recover. SoFi right now also seeing a little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape. Alright, more weakness creeping back into Nvidia and AMD and SPY as a whole. So Qs are really weighing in on things right now. HIMS is coming back down. SPY is trying to lose that POC. So QQQ seeing more sell side pressure. VKTX still down 40.5%. SPY still green, IWM still green. Qs are really struggling. Apple seeing some sell side pressure. AMD seeing more selling down here. Pretty remarkable. AMD trying to get heavy. Nvidia back below its prior day low. BMNR getting absolutely crushed, down 6.7% on BMNR, guys. Look at that Ethereum treasury getting absolutely sold into here. That is filthy. Let's look at ETH. ETH is still under some pressure this morning, looking like it wants new lows. MSOS still coming into that 450 target. I want lower on MSOS, to be honest. But marijuana stocks are holding steady. What else we got going? Nat gas still getting absolutely clobbered here. HIMS is now coming back down. HIMS is seeing a little bit more selling. It's okay though. SPY trying to catch another bid. You can see the Qs are still seeing some sell side pressure. Sitting right on a value area low for the NASDAQ, QQQ. Apple still holding up well. IWM has seen a little bit of sell side pressure. Meta still down 1.1, Amazon down 1, Google down 1, Microsoft down 0.8, Nvidia down 0.8, Tesla up 1.12, Apple up 0.66. Are the Qs going to hold steady here? SPY IWM still holding. Qs need to firm up here if we're going to make a push to the upside. Let's see this area here for the Qs. Yeah, AMD still looking weak here, guys. AMD still coming in. HIMS is still coming in. Georgiana looking at VNet. Let's look at VNet for Georgiana. Yeah, VNet trying to firm up here. Making a nice little potential flag breakout pattern. Looking a little bit better for sure. Yep. VNet acting well. AMD still struggling immensely here. Intel coming in a little bit. Nvidia still softening. HIMS is still struggling. QQQ still heavy here. AMD still seeing more sell side pressure. Even with AMD this heavy, SOX is still holding quite well. So I'm telling you, this SOX can absolutely rocket if AMD catches a bid. And I do think AMD is going to catch a bid at some point today. It's just a matter of when. Apple seeing a little bit of heaviness, price action. So when I'm looking at all my other semis, Intel still strong. You have Micron, Okta performing, Skyworks doing well, LRCX up 1.5, NXPI, COS, ASML all doing well. ON, AMAT, TXN holding steady, but AMD right back down to the lows, eh? Pretty phenomenal price action today in individual names. QQQ still underneath that prior day low, but trying. IWM still holding steady. Apple coming in a little bit. SPY still holding. Are they going to take Q's green? Will they take the Q's green? Nvidia is still looking heavy. HIMS is still holding for us here, guys. HIMS is still holding for us. Right off of that zone. We're still long and strong. Come on, give us a big punch through in this market. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier now. That's coming in, doing a retrace of that 15-minute candle. AMD still heavy. Bitcoin under 115, 1.36% down on the tape. That is filthy. Qs are still trying to stabilize a little bit. AMD going for another dive to the downside. Looking like AMD wants to maybe sweep the lows. One more time, eh? You can see AMD is hitting that 4-hour chart support. So there is quite a bit of support here. It's your 50 on the 4-hour chart. Really, that's about it. SOX is trying to make another move. Nvidia is still heavy. Intel still coming in a little bit. Again, it's pretty remarkable to see the divergence right now between your semis, SOX, and AMD and Nvidia, right? So SOX is bouncing quite nicely off of that opening range high, and AMD not really participating just yet. Huge divergence right now. Really big divergence. S&P 500 still trying to charge higher as Apple curls. IWM still trying to push higher. Nvidia is still coming in. HIMS is still seeing some divergence. AMD, wow, looking for new lows on AMD. My oh my. It's trying to sweep it. Knifing through 4-hour chart support like a hot knife through butter. There's new lows for AMD. Let's see if that is a liquidity grab and sweep. HIMS is looking for new lows. SPY still holding positive, but getting slightly heavier here. SOX is still holding positive. Come on, AMD, get your big butt up there. Down 3.85%. New lows for advanced micro devices. JP Morgan's still strong. Lilly's still strong. Lennar Homebuilder's still doing well. Netflix getting clobbered as well, down 3.66% on Netflix. That is a filthy decline. Amazon still struggling. Google, Meta, all down 1%. HIMS is still at our low $44 target. We're still green slightly, but that's looking heavy. AMD not really cooperating just yet. Can see SPY still trying to shake off some of the sell side pressure, holding above that point of control. QQQ is your really big divergence today. That is still looking exceptionally weak on the tape. You know, AMD still looking heavy. Nvidia still looking heavy here. My oh my, new lows for AMD, pushing almost down 4% on the tape. It's getting nasty down here on AMD. AMD's filthy. Nvidia getting heavy, Apple getting heavy. So AMD really weighing in on this whole market with semiconductors still trying to hold green price action, but definitely under some pressure. SPY's curling slightly down now. Qs are curling slightly down. Apple's getting slightly faded. IWM still holding the majority of its gains. Go figure. Small caps are still remarkably strong for the time being. AMD, no bid yet in AMD. Intel, Nvidia is still coming back down to the lows. Nvidia is now down 1.24%. They are really, really hurting this NASDAQ market, guys. HIMS is now back under 44. Looking for a sweep of the lows on HIMS. SPY getting a little heavier here. Still holding above its opening range high. But a massive divergence between the Qs and SPY. Wow. HIMS just made new lows, guys. I'm still holding. It's a half position, so I'd look to accumulate more, a dollar lower on HIMS. And AMD still looking super heavy down here. This is a crazy move to the downside for AMD. Intel's getting heavy. Nvidia made new lows on the tape. Semis are getting heavy here. SOX is now back to the negative side. Hard to stay green with Nvidia knifing, AMD knifing. SPY's getting heavy now. Look at AMD just falling to the downside here. S&P 500 coming in. QQQ still coming in hot as well. My oh my, look at this QQQ market going for new lows on the Qs, following AMD and Nvidia's leadership here. New lows on the Qs there. Whoa, what a free fall there. HIMS new lows, AMD new lows, Nvidia new lows. Nasty little decline in the tape. Nasty. QQQ coming into hourly chart support, but it's, a couple dollars lower on the Qs. That is a filthy, filthy decline. HIMS, Nvidia took a nasty dive. They're down 1.69. Tesla's still holding steady. SPY just went negative again. IWM still holding steady. Your divergence between tech, small caps, and SPY is huge today. A 0.65% divergence between SPY and Qs. An even bigger divergence between the Qs and the IWM. It is nasty today. It is absolutely filthy, this divergence. And you can still see the markets are trying to come in. Wow. Impulse green candle coming up on the Qs. Qs are below its opening range low. Not a good sign. Everything is seeing some harsh sell side pressure for the time being. SOX is basically falling right back down. Apple still looking a little bit heavier. We're trying to bounce a little bit. You can see QQQ are retesting this lower boundary channel now. We're right at the lows for the Qs. We're right at the lows for the Qs. Definitely some channel support here in the near term. Nvidia tested its value area low. AMD sweeping some daily chart pivot liquidity. This is your impulse candle. Look at this volume that they're targeting on AMD. That's a high volume candle from August 13th that they're now sweeping on the AMD chart. So we'll see if they are just stopping out, grabbing that liquidity. But that is a high volume candle for AMD. I mean, they are just knifing this market for now. Qs are right back down to the lows. Yeah, I'd be very surprised right now, but stranger things have happened. We'll see. It's a long shot now. Qs are still selling, getting absolutely dusted in the near term. Nvidia down 2% now. So Nvidia is getting heavy. You could still get a really decent bounce in the market today. Small caps are starting to come in a little bit, but it's a tough decline here for the equity markets. And you know what? This is actually positive for the overall trend. Getting the markets to reset some longer term indicators. We're still holding on the daily chart. Bullish uptrend. Weekly chart still acting okay, but obviously price action right now is struggling immensely. Qs are down 0.71%. HIMS is still seeing some decline. I'm still going to remain long. We've seen some crazy reversals. I'm still going to trust the bigger trend, but so far AMD not cooperating. HIMS, slightly negative on HIMS. Surprisingly, the decline in the QQQ market and your stocks, you still have some strength in the large share of semiconductors. SOX isn't that down that much compared to what we're seeing the decline in AMD and Nvidia. So, and we're still seeing relentless strength in the IWM, which is why this market, you know, it's still pretty early for this market to really give us a big reversal, but we'll see what happens here. Harsh decline. Not my best entry on AMD, but just that's why we took common shares. HIMS is still melting a little bit here. Still have strength in your Russell, holding 228.40, your opening range. AMD is just a dog today. Can't really catch any bid at this point. Nvidia is still trying to hold 179. A little bit of a bounce. Look at XPEV, guys. Holy. We could get our call options in the money very soon here. XPEV is squeezing to the upside on the back of its earnings. We're still writing those $22 calls for January, and they are looking pretty good from my perspective. Pretty good. All right, AMD is still down 4.32%, near the lows of the tape. HIMS is still knifing lower. Apple trying to make a push. IWM trying to make another push. Bitcoin still struggling. Nat gas still struggling. Palantir down 6.78%, guys, on PLTR. That is a filthy, filthy decline. You're coming into that gap window. I'm looking at trimming a little bit more now that we're up over 10%, 11% here. Guys, I'm all out of my PLTR short. That's a nasty decline. I'm all out of my PLTR short. So nice 11% gain there. Beautiful move. AMD still seeing heavy price action to the downside. Heaviness. HIMS is still seeing a decline. AMD still melting lower here. Nvidia going lower. SOX is now starting to come in a little bit. Excuse me. Look at AMD and Nvidia. They are just knifing here. SPY back to the negative side. Qs are down 0.75%. Intel seeing some distribution now. IWM still holding, Apple curling down, Tesla's basically almost back to the negative side. The price action in the Qs is just getting way too heavy. We are getting into potential 0 DTE bounce trade here on the Qs. SPY might be the better bet. I'm glad I stayed away from options longs at the open. QQQ trying to sweep this hourly chart impulse candle. It's looking likely. No bounce in AMD, no real bounce in NVIDIA yet. AMD still knifing. Wow. Huge decline there. IWM still holding steady. Dixie's turned slightly green. NVIDIA trying to go for new lows. QQQ new lows. Can see you are coming into some support here on the Qs. It's an aggressive long trade. If anyone wants to take 573 calls here, just leave yourself some maneuverability because we could come all the way down to 571.50. But QQQ is into a nice area here for a potential bounce trade. Still selling NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, HIMS, Apple, Mega Cap Tech is certainly under pressure. Sweeping some pivot liquidity, guys. I'm looking at 573 calls on the Qs, 0 DTE. HIMS is still coming lower. IWM seeing some sell side pressure. Apple still green. Tesla's gone right back to the negative side. A little bit of momentum trying to come back into AMD. NVIDIA is still falling here, sweeping some lows on NVIDIA, guys. NVIDIA is sweeping some low pivot liquidity. All right, I'm long the Qs, 573 calls, long QQQ. Half position. I'm long the QQQ. 573 zeros. 79 cents. We're still looking exceptionally heavy here. IMS is still coming in. Intel coming in. NVIDIA is still super heavy. I would add to my QQQ calls at a flush of this pivot here. Semis are still getting heavy here. NVIDIA going lower. Intel going lower. IMS is still seeing some distribution. NVIDIA is still struggling immensely. SOX is getting heavier now. I'm about to add to my QQQ calls. Pierce of this area. Looking at the S&P 500, that's given up all the goods. IWM is getting heavy now. AMD is still heavy. HIMS is still heavy. AMD is getting knifed. All right, guys, I just added on that wick down there. AMD is getting absolutely crushed. I'm not going to add to my SOX L, but if you want to, you can. So I'm long QQQ calls here. Come on, give us a bounce. Give us a bounce. We've swept that liquidity. They are trying to bounce it a little bit here. AMD, NVIDIA is still super heavy. HIMS is still heavy. HIMS is into an ad level, but I'm looking at still at 42.98. Come on. Come on, Qs. Give us a bounce. SOX is still heavy here. Apple about to go negative. Wow. New lows for SOX there. Qs are trying to stabilize a little bit. Come on, take us back to 573, Qs. Get a nice pump. Come on. Qs are trying to bounce just a little bit. Just a little bit. AMD trying to firm up. NVIDIA trying to catch some liquidity. IWM's coming in hot. Nvidia catching some liquidity. So is AMD. IWM still looking heavy. Big bounce on the Qs trying to come into play. I'm up 6, 7, 8 cents here contract so far. Come on. Get 573s in the money. Come on, Qs. Keep moving. Keep moving. Nvidia's swept some massive liquidity. AMD catching a nice bid off of the lows. How much does it have in it? How much do these markets have in them? So Qs came very close to hitting that hourly chart support. You swept that major pivot low liquidity. Testing some really lower boundary support zones. Qs are still seeing heavy price action. Now you have Apple, which was a strong stock, coming in quite sharply right now. Buys still heavy here. Qs are still heavy, right back down to the lows. AMD is still trying to firm up a little bit. Qs are still heavy down here. Semis are trying to bounce. Nvidia trying to bounce a little bit. Let's look at SPY on my other screen. Qs are still acting pretty heavy down here. Very heavy. That EMA is sitting right there. AMD catching a nice sizable bid. Trying to firm. Qs are still heavy here, but trying to bounce. Apple back to its point of control. VKTX, yeah, VKTX is still What is it doing? I haven't looked at that. Yep, down even lower now. Weak market, weak stock. Weak market, weak stock, for sure. SOX is still trying to bounce. AMD trying to bounce a little bit here. Qs are still heavy here. All the mega caps are red right now on the tape. They are selling QQQ mega cap tech. AMD trying to bounce a little bit. Nvidia is still weak. Microsoft's down 1.27. No bounce in MSFT yet. Amazon, Google still getting slapped. HIMS is coming into a secondary add level where I would double my position. AMD is still trying to bounce a little bit. AMD, Nvidia is still trying to bounce. IWM seeing some big wick energy right now. Let's see if the longer term bulls start to step in here for the Qs. AMD trying to make a run. Qs are trying to make a bit of a run here. SOX is getting a push. Since SOX, AMD, QQQ still trying to bounce a little bit here. Intel trying to bounce. AMD, decent bounce in AMD. QQQ, come on Qs, keep pressing, keep pressing. Give us a larger term bounce here. Qs are starting to wake up here, guys. Come on. AMD is still trying to move. Apple still hasn't really participated in the bounce. It's still slightly positive. AMD still trying to make a move higher here. Still trying to push. QQQ getting heavy once again. Retesting some lower. Let's see if it holds this zone though. They are just selling mega cap tech today. AMD still trying to hold. Intel trying to push. HIMS is coming into my secondary ad level around 43 Pierce. 43 Pierce is my ad level on HIMS. Qs are still melting lower here. My oh my. This is coming into a secondary ad level for me, guys. 43 Pierce is where I head to HIMS. Around 42.98. I am looking at doubling my common shares. It's coming into play very shortly here. AMD, QQQ still trying to go for new lows. Wow. Sell side pressure in Apple. They've turned Apple negative now. All your mega caps are negative. Nvidia down 2%, leading the charge to the downside at this point. Looks like they do want to tag that EMA 113. There's a big sweep of the lows. Alright, EMA 113 has been tagged on the hourly chart of the Qs, and we're still going lower. They are piercing it for now. That is a monster decline for the Qs. AMD is still holding steady. HIMS, alright guys, I did take a secondary fill on HIMS. 42.97 filled. Still seeing this market under pressure. IWM melting right now. They're just printing this market to the downside. That is filthy. Shocked we haven't had a bounce off of this EMA yet, but they are knifing it lower. Q's still no bounce yet. Apple's selling off still. Nvidia still selling off, down 2.29%. SOX is at the lows. HIMS is going lower. Microsoft still down sharply on the tape. Carvana down 3. AMD down 4.26. Palantir down 6.5% on PLTR. Extraordinary decline. Silver juniors are struggling. Hood is down 4.26%. China stocks are still holding. Home builders are still holding. But no bid yet for your mega cap tech yet. No bid. Wow, your next zone really only lies here, and then you're into your gap window. That's crazy. If they try to flush it to that gap, that would be extraordinary. What a flush there, guys. What an absolute flush. Wow. They knifed it. They absolutely knifed it. IWM hitting that 15-minute EMA 113. IWM's even turned negative. The Qs were just too heavy to the downside. It's only 11 o'clock. We still got a lot of trading in front of us. Wow. AMD's trying to firm up a little bit. Nvidia's still weak. Apple's still a little bit weaker here. Come on, bounce this market a little bit. Give us some reprieve. Alright, they are trying to bounce it just a touch here. Trying to recapture that EMA. That was a big hourly chart sweep of liquidity. Massive hourly chart sweep of liquidity. It's exceptional. AMD's firming up. Big bounce on AMD. So even as the Qs are going lower there, AMD was kind of stabilizing. But obviously it led the charge to the downside. Nvidia is still struggling here to really bounce. HIMS is still struggling. SOX is trying to get back above 247. QQQ trying here. S&P 500 is trying to bounce nicely. IWM is trying to bounce. Qs are still trying to get back above that 573. Recapturing that EMA 113, attempting to at least. Apple back to the positive side, just slightly positive. Yeah, VKTX still down 43%. That is filthy. That is filthy on VKTX. HIMS is getting absolutely slaughtered, down 5.1% on HIMS. That is nasty, guys. Qs, get your big butt up there. Still a big push on AMD coming into play. That's helping the semis in the near term. NASDAQ still struggling down here, but trying to recapture that hourly chart support. Nvidia is still struggling. Microsoft's still heavy. Semis are still heavy. So Qs are still trying to stabilize down here, but weak on the tape. AMD trying to stabilize, but still struggling. SPY trying to stabilize, still underneath its opening range low. S&P still trying to come a little lower, so is the Qs. Microsoft at the lows. They are really, really hurting this market. Microsoft still coming in hard. Microsoft. That name has not bounced at all. AMD still trying a little bit. Wow, Microsoft down 1.6%. Getting heavy down here. I don't know if there's any news regarding Trump and Putin. I haven't seen anything, but it could just be a pure technical sell-off. People, I think, de-risking a little bit ahead of Jackson Hole meeting. So that's probably what it is. People de-risking ahead of Jackson Hole. There's been a lot of volatility around Powell Jackson Hole meeting. So that's partially what I'm thinking is a bit of technical as well as de-risking ahead of Jackson Hole. Some PQs are trying to make a little bit of a move here, a minor move. SOX is catching a bid. AMD still trying to firm up. Nvidia trying to firm. Apple still holding positive. Tesla still down 1% on the tape. A little bit of a bid here on the Qs. Back above that EMA. Trying to charge here. Potential 1 minute bullish chart pattern here triggering on the Qs. Small little 1 minute inverse. Takes us back to about that 573 zone. Kind of the top of that channel. EMA retest. Alright, markets are catching a little bit of a bid. Qs are trying to firm up just a touch here. AMD still trying. Microsoft's still struggling here, but getting oversold intraday. Qs are still seeing some heavy selling. AMD still trying to firm up. Nvidia still retesting that prior day. Got a secondary inverse head and shoulders on the Qs. Secondary inverse. Trying to break out here. Catching a little bit more volume now. Come on, give us a little bit of a trend reversal bounce here, Qs. Give it to us. Back inside that pivot. SOX, big bounce in the SOXX starting. Apple's still seeing some selling. Nvidia's still seeing a little bit of selling. Microsoft still seeing slowing down here, trying to bounce a little bit. Still very oversold on Microsoft's 15-minute chart. And QQQ is trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. AMD is still trying to stabilize. Apple's still trying to stabilize. HIMS is catching a bit of a bid here. Microsoft trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Apple still trying to hang on slightly positive. Decent amount of volume is traded down here on the Qs. Come on, Qs. Give us a move higher here. SPY is trying to retest its opening range low. HIMS is catching a nice bid. S&P still trying here. Microsoft trying to firm up just a touch. Nvidia is still weak. Apple curling down. Qs are still seeing a little bit more of a decline here. HIMS is trying to make a bit of a reversal. Nvidia is still struggling. AMD trying to retest its opening range low here. Nvidia still hasn't really bottomed yet. Apple still sitting right on that OR low. Tesla still down 1. Nvidia down 2. Microsoft down 1.5. Will they give this market a bounce or not? Still heavy. IWM still retesting its 15-minute EMA. SOX seeing a little bit of selling. Microsoft still hasn't bottomed yet. Holding. Let's take a peek at Oracle. Down 3.67% today. Yeah, Oracle's, I mean, it's definitely underperforming today. Coming in. You're piercing that weekly chart 7 on Oracle. I mean, it is into a little bit of intraday support here. Slightly oversold condition intraday, but the bigger swing trade level in Oracle is still a little bit lower. I would have to wait for your at least a retest of that daily 50, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Come on, Qs, bounce a little bit. Nvidia still testing 178. Microsoft still weak on the tape here. Microsoft is pretty oversold intraday. I'd be finding hard pressed not to see any sort of a bounce here, but so far they're not really wanting to bounce this market that much. We are above that EMA 113 on the Qs. They're still holding a stronger uptrend. You saying open might be good for a move down if it breaks. I don't know the correlation. Take a look at open. All right, we're getting a nice little punch through attempt on the Qs. Come on, Qs. Punch through this little resistance. Give us that inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, open down 4.1% right now. It is looking like it's into a bit of double top. But honestly, open, although I don't like the stock, it could still go a little bit higher. And that is based off of a weekly chart sweep of those highs. But yeah, it's into a ton of resistance here. I mean, if you're wanting to short open and just use kind of this, let me see the hourly chart. Using this hourly chart pivot, your prior day high as a stop loss, so 395, I have no problem with that. That could work out. Come on, Qs, give us a facelift. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Take us back. Retest a large share of this move. All right, Qs are starting to move here. Back into the 572 zone. Let's look at AMD again. AMD trying to bounce nicely here. Remember, the larger time frame is still strong, guys. The larger time frame in this market is still quite strong. Microsoft hasn't even started to bounce yet. Apple's trying to bounce. Nvidia's trying to bounce. AMD trying to recapture its OR low. Recapturing 572. Come on, Qs. Microsoft is trying to bounce a little bit. That's still weak on the tape. Google still down 1.4. Amazon down 1.19. Tesla still down 0.9. Microsoft is trying now, guys. So MSFT trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Come on, Microsoft, push up. Apple back to the positive side. Bitcoin under 115,000, testing 114. Crude oil, nat gas still negative. Yields are still soft on the tape. So come on, push up, Microsoft. The Qs could squeeze here if we break out of this pivot high. Come on. Microsoft's still trying to curl. AMD still trying to push. Give us a little facelift here on the Qs. Take us back to 573. A bit more rejection there. Not quite ready. Nvidia is still not really pushing here. Neither is Microsoft. Apple catching a small bid. Small minor bid for Apple. Sox is catching a decent bid. S&P 500, Qs, they're still just consolidating here. Apple getting a decent push here. $35, we still have quite a bit of time left in this session for the markets to do a pretty big move here. Microsoft trying to get going here. We need Nvidia to firm up. A little bit of top wick distribution. Microsoft still trying to recapture 510. Nvidia curling back down. IWM seeing some selling. S&P, Qs are still seeing more selling here. Sell there in the Qs. Back testing a key little neckline. We'll see if it wants to hold here or if they're going to take us right back down to the lows. Qs are still holding that hourly chart EMA 113. Bit of a liquidity grab. AMD seeing more selling. Nvidia seeing more selling. Microsoft saw some selling. Apple's still trying to push here, guys. Yeah, 42.97. It's even lower here, but I did add it 42.97 on HIMS. So my average is sitting right here at 43.52 on HIMS. Just common shares, so we got lots of time on that. No real time expiration. Alright, Qs are still struggling here. Wow. HIMS are pushing right back down to the lows there. Microsoft still looking somewhat heavy. Still trying to push. AMD still trying to get back inside that opening range. Qs are still seeing some distribution here. We're slowly getting a bit of a potential bottoming formation intraday here. Trying to come in. Lunchtime is approaching. Slightly lower. Microsoft's trying to stabilize a bit. Apple's still trying to push up. Microsoft trying to curl up a little bit. AMD still holding off of the lows, trying to recapture that opening range low. Microsoft pushing, trying to get back about 510. Nvidia still holding that previous little pivot low zone, trying to bounce a little bit. Apple's still green on the tape. Healthcare stocks are still seeing some strength through Eli Lilly. UNH is not participating as much. CNC, WST, Waters. So there's other participation in XLV that's occurring right now. IWM still melting a little bit lower here. So maybe you're going to get a reversal where the IWM underperforms and then the Qs catch a bit of a bid here. Maybe that's what we could be setting up for. Potential 1 minute inverse head and shoulders on the Russell. If we can break, or on the Qs, sorry, if we can break out of this, it's about a 2-point move to the upside from your neckline, which retests that opening range. But it's a long shot for now. It's still a long shot. Hasn't given us that breakout signal. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, AMD, they're looking a little bit better right now. Look at your SOX. Your SOX has had a nice bounce, trying to recapture that opening range low. S&P 500 Still slightly down on the tape. Come on, give us a bounce. Punch us through that neckline. Punch us through that neckline. So the volume trends should lighten up here into the afternoon session, which does support a potential float and grind in the market. S&P seeing a little bit more selling. Microsoft still trying to get above 510. Nvidia, AMD. AMD's recapturing its opening range low. It's a short-term positive for AMD. It has a lot of work to do, but at least it's trying. Apple still above its point of control. Nvidia still looking like it's trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom here on Nvidia. Nvidia still trying to push a little bit. IWM still weak on the tape. Seeing a little bit of a divergence between the Qs and the IWM. Qs might be trying to recapture and push a little bit, take some leadership. It's still lagging the market, but some small glimmers that maybe capital's getting spooked out of the Russell, and we'll see if it wants to flow back into your NASDAQ. A little bit of a sell side candle there on the 1 minute chart of the Qs. Jim, 0.3%, sound down 7. Staple stocks still doing okay. Palantir catching a bit of a bid, but still down 5.63. XPEV is pushing 21, or pushing 421. Nvidia, Apple seeing some selling. No breakout here on the Qs yet. Trying to hold that opening range low. Microsoft's still trying to curl up a little bit. SPX seeing some selling. IWM still looking heavy. Apple coming in a little bit. AMD trying to hold steady. So SPY getting a little heavier here. Amazon's trying to curl to the upside here. Looking a little bit better. Apple still curling slightly down. Tesla curling slightly down. S&P curling down. SOX is still seeing a little bit of sell side. Mr. Microsoft still trying to curl slightly up, but SPY's looking heavier here than the Qs. So we're still seeing the S&P getting heavier here. That's where the selling is now coming into. Qs are holding up a little bit better. Apple, Microsoft still trying to hold steady. Nvidia and off of its lows, but the S&P is looking a little bit heavier here. So you're seeing a little bit of that weakness creeping into the broader market. Bitcoin getting absolutely smoked today, down another 2.1%. ETH sweeping the lows on Ethereum. That's good to see for our short trade on ETH, guys. Natural gas still getting clobbered here. Pretty impressive. So it's just 12 o'clock now. Lunchtime is setting in. We've had pretty much 3 consecutive hours of selling in the S&P right now. Sorry, in the Qs. We're still holding technically above that EMA 113 on the hourly chart. So there's quite a bit of support here. Typically, the backtest of the EMA is a really big support zone. You broke above it all the way back here in the beginning of August. You haven't retested that until we tagged it today. So there should be some buying down here. There should be a sizable bid off that area. It's not a Mickey Mouse level. It's a pretty decent level. But the question is, how big of a bounce do they want to give us, if at all any? Microsoft trying to curl slightly higher. Apple's still green. Eli Lilly's still green. S&P's trying to stabilize a touch. Intel's still trying to push higher. AMD, potential 5-minute inverse head and shoulders on the AMD chart. That would be nice if that triggers, because that would give the market a nice facelift into the close. That would mean that AMD could squeeze all the way up to about 173 if this were to trigger. And again, QQQ also shaping up for a decent size inverse head and shoulders, but it hasn't quite triggered just yet. A little bit more volume trying to come into play here. This is a nice pullback for the overall larger uptrend. Nvidia curling back down again. Microsoft trying to curl up. Apple's still trying to curl up. Intel staying kind of muted flat. Keeping Q's pinned in a tight range right now. Microsoft trying to get going a little bit. MSFT. Q's falling though. AMD seeing more weakness. HIMS is still at the lows. S&P struggling. S&P is much closer to the lows than the Qs. Selling on the Qs, S&P trying to take out the lows. QQQ back testing that EMA 113. Nvidia still looking heavy. Come on, lunchtime. S&P trying to take out the lows on SPY. Oh. SPY just made new lows, or sorry, SPX just made new lows. SPX just made new lows on the session. They're selling the Qs right now. Heavy price action to the downside for QQQ. SPY's at the lows, SPX at the lows. Nvidia trying to sweep the lows itself. Microsoft still holding off of the highs. Sweep the lows. QQQ still heavy. SPY is really heavy. SPX heavy. So Nvidia is trying to also sweep its lows. So Nvidia is still trying to sweep its lows. Microsoft holding off of the lows. SPY did give us new lows. AMD still trying to hold off of its lows. QQQ still struggling here. There's QQQ appearing to also want to take out the lows. SPY still dripping. Apple holding steady. Microsoft still holding steady. But it's your Nvidia that's really causing the market to sell here. Nvidia is sweeping lows down 2.69%. Testing 177 for NVDA. Viewers are still seeing selling. QQQ busting through the lows. Oh, holding a bit of a double bottom. Microsoft making a pretty decent sized move here. to the upside. Nvidia trying to hold, recapture the lows. QQQ still below that EMA 113 on the hourly chart. It's had a huge fall from grace. I see we're below that key moving average yet again. I do suspect we're going to get back above that. But it's been a tough decline on the NASDAQ. IWM got hit to the downside. S&P's trying to hold steady now. Microsoft making a decent push here. So interestingly enough, as the S&P made new lows, the NASDAQ QQQ held a bit of a double bottom. So this could be the lows of day. A nice W double bottom on the Qs could be. Could be. Still a lot of selling in your semis, Nvidia, AMD. But the fact that Qs held double bottom when they were the weaker indice on the session could be the lows. It's had really lackluster bounce so far. Really lackluster. ETH still dropping. What else is happening here? Open now down 4.3. Palantir still down 6.5. VKTX still down 41.7. Tesla down half. SoFi down 3.92. AMD still down 4. BBAI down 5.38. ONDS down 7.61. So AMD again looks pretty interesting. This 5-minute chart inverse head and shoulders. If it breaks out, we should see a nice push in the Qs and semis. Watching Apple pushing here again. Late afternoon pump. Could be setting up for a nice afternoon pump. Microsoft trying to get going here. Still deeply negative on MSFT. Nvidia is still struggling a little bit. Trading just slightly below that hourly chart EMA, 113. Qs. IWM trying to stabilize a little bit. Qs are still getting heavy here. More sell side in AMD, Nvidia, looking to break the lows on the Qs. They're probably going to break the lows here. Interestingly, Uber doing quite well today. That's up nicely. Daily chart looking pretty solid. Lyft is taking a breather, so maybe a bit of an arb play there. Staple stocks still doing well. Disney still putting in consolidation. How's that CDMS? Humana seeing a little bit of selling. Baba's turned negative with the sell side pressure. Lululemon seeing a nice back test of it. It's nearing its 7-day moving average. Every single pop right now is being sold into. Pretty crazy. On the Qs, they want to sell it lower. Still just holding this range, but some meta news, Meta getting hit right now with Zuckerberg shaking up the AI division. It's under some pressure right now. So Meta taking out the lows. Microsoft still seeing some selling. AMD still struggling here. Qs look like they're going to breach the lows here, guys. Really struggling. AMD, Nvidia curling down, Apple curling down. There's new lows on the Qs. New lows on the Qs. Wow, far from our daily chart 7 moving average. Sorry, our daily chart 20 on the Qs. We're not that far from our daily chart 20. Moving average sitting at 569.54. Wow. Bigger decline continuously hitting this market. Apple, Nvidia still taking out the lows. We're approaching our daily chart 20 moving average on QQQ. Wow, we are coming into our daily chart 20 hot, 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 hot. Into our gap window now on the Qs. That is a filthy decline. Yikes. They ripping this market real quick. To me. Spy new lows. So 569.53 is your daily chart 20 moving average on the Qs. It's right down here. We're very few pennies away from tagging 20-day moving average on the Qs. Knife through that EMA like a hot knife through butter. These TPs are all done. AMD looking like it wants new lows. Wow. New lows there on the Qs. Ferocious selling. Approaching that daily chart support. That is impressive. D knifing through the lows. Nvidia still at the lows, IWM at the lows. Everything is in free fall mode. My calls are getting dusted. Absolutely dusted, but this is a bit of a swing trade zone here. Daily chart 20 moving average on the Qs. We haven't tested that area for a while. Last time we tested that area was really back at the beginning of August. You can see there's definitely some accumulation in that zone. Coming into daily chart support, guys. We're tagging it right now. 20 moving average on the Qs has just been tagged, and we're still trying to go through it. Daily chart 20 moving average has been tagged on the Qs. So I'm just been actively managing the swings here, guys. So members, definitely take a look at some of the trades. All right, so we're still seeing an epic decline here in semis, NVIDIA, AMD, IWM heavy, Qs are down 1.3, SPY down half. All indices are negative across the tape. You have some bright spots in healthcare that are kind of performing. Uh, Consumer staples are still strong, real estate strong, utilities, healthcare, consumer discretionary, materials, financials, industrials. So you still have the majority of the sectors green in the S&P 500, which is kind of amazing to me. You just have XLK down 1.5%, XLC down 0.89. So tech is definitely getting clobbered today. But there's still pockets of strength in this tape. Remarkable selling. NVIDIA going even lower, down 3.15% now. Qs are sitting right on the daily chart 20 moving average. I repeat, daily chart moving average. News for NVIDIA. Still no bid in this market. S&P near the lows. IWM Apple curling down still. NVIDIA still near the lows. AMD still near the lows. Q's sitting right on that daily chart 20 moving average. Pretty impressive. Palantir getting absolutely smoked still. PLTR just getting clobbered. And look at that breakdown on Palantir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days down. Huge waterfall sell-off, knifing through the gap. Pretty impressive. Hood, nasty bearish engulfing reversal on Hood. Roblox today, seeing a huge sell-off. Not too bad actually, down 2%. SoFi, QQQ new lows. Wow, look at that price action. That is filthy, guys. That is absolutely filthy. SPY is still dripping lower here, guys. Bitcoin down 2.5%. Ethereum falling even sharper, down 4%. QQQ near the lows. Extraordinary price action. Microsoft trying to firm up. S&P at the dead lows. Qs are still knifing new lows. My oh my. We are waterfalling here in the markets. Nvidia, new lows, SPY, new lows. Qs are knifing through that 20-day. Filling that technical gap on the Qs, now down 1.41% and falling sharply. Getting an alert SMR. SMR is coming into a potential buy level. What's happening with SMR? I am getting a buy signal in SMR. It's hitting a level. Yeah, so SMR coming into that EMA 113. It's getting close. Yeah, all the nukes have pulled back for sure. They're getting nuked right now. SMR at that EMA, I like it. For a starter position. Everything is getting thrown out today except for your defensive sectors like staples. Look at uranium breaking down. Failed breakout there. I'm shocked Qs haven't got a bid yet. Nvidia still at the lows. AMD still at the lows. Microsoft's trying to be defended here. Still coming in. We are still trending to the downside here. It's going to be an epic bounce at some point, but it seems that they're saving it late. There will be an epic bounce. Nvidia still at the lows. SPY trying to catch a minor bid. So Absolute saying a pullback of the same magnitude as the last one would land us at 563-ish on the Qs. Wow. That would be filthy. Not today though. I'd be that would be crazy. But yeah, it's not out of the possibility. But we're hitting daily chart support. So we should see some accumulation. There's just a lot of fear ahead of this Jackson hole. Watch them rip us back up on Jackson hole, but the S&P tagged its 4-hour 20 moving average. Qs are tagging its daily chart 20 moving average. So it's had a nice fall here. Market's really stunning fall. It's a hard sell-off today in equities. 4 consecutive hours of selling in the Qs. Surprised we haven't even retested that EMA. We lost it. Microsoft now curling back down. Apple's giving up the goods. Apple's only down 0.25%. No, they're cutting rates. The rate cuts haven't changed. They're still cutting rates, the expectation. 2-year yield, 10-year yield still down on the session. It's hitting a value 175.93. AMD still no love. Still getting hit hard. AIMS is down 6.2. Bitcoin still falling here. QQQ new lows. Volume is definitely increasing down here. What a sell-off though. Gold is also starting to get heavier here. So gold selling off as well. Dixie, that's staying firm here. IWM, that's given up its entire move. Right back down to the lows on the Russell. Now this is into a bit of an aggressive buy zone. Back testing your hourly chart support. It's a tough market. They do not want to bounce it yet. Today it's gone through a precipitous fall. Very sharp fall on Nvidia. Daily chart moving average on Qs is sitting at 569.48. And see, we keep riding this 1 minute 20 moving average down. Rejected here, 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 here. Seeing it come into play again. Nvidia is still trying to see some more selling. So the markets are super stretched down here, guys. We're very extremely had a free fall on the 5 and 10 minute chart. QQQ still heavy down here. My oh my, guys. What a filthy move down. Palantir down 8.85%. Remarkable. AMD still struggling. Microsoft trying to take a bit of a bottom. Apple's curling slightly lower. S&P trying to bounce here a little bit. Qs are still at the dead lows. Tesla down 1.94%. Netflix down 3. Apple's down 1/4. Meta down 2. Amazon down 1.5. Google down 1.4. Nvidia down 3.26. Remarkable. New lows on the Qs. New lows on the Qs. Wow. This is heavy. We're down what? 1.45% now? That's filthy. Wow. 568.19 now is your weekly chart point of control. Wow. So 568.19 is your big volume shelf on the weekly chart. Maybe that's where the Qs want to go. That's impressive. Very extended on the intraday charts though. Very extended to the downside. I'd be shocked if we don't see a snapback to at least 571. A bit of a potential bottoming forming here in the Qs. Let's see how sharp of a bounce they want to give us. Still down about 3.1%. AMD down 5. SPY down 0.58. QQQ down 1.32. Every mega cap is red. Eli Lilly still showing some strength. AMD Nvidia is still trying to catch a little bit of a momentum bid here. Dead cat bounce maybe. Microsoft doesn't look too good. Apple's trying to catch a bid off of its prior day low. did buy a little bit of VKTX common shares. I'm gonna hold those. Small size of my portfolio, but down 41.5%. I think it's definitely due for a little bit of a momentum trade itself. Nvidia is still trying to make a bit of a reversal higher here. Still pushing on NVDA. AMD trying to curl slightly higher. Bit of a bid trying to come into the tape here. Is this a bull trap? I don't think so. You hit major daily chart support on the Qs, and look at this NDX chart. It's had a nice fall. We're still in a strong uptrend. We're piercing through the daily chart 20 moving average. So I think there's an opportunity to potentially buy here. But we'll see. Obviously, there's a risk buying. It's a heavy downtrending session. AMD trying to bounce a little bit. Nvidia is still trying to bounce a little bit. Microsoft curling up. Apple's trying to bounce. IWM's trying to bounce. MD still lagging here, but trying to firm up off the lows. IWM catching a minor bid. Qs are still trying to push for 570. Yeah, Palantir is scrapping. I covered my short today on PLTR. 11% gain. But I'm all out of my PLTR short. And I could have got more, but I covered it. Alright, come on, Qs. You got more. You got more in you. Nvidia is still trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Looks like a nice bounce starting to shape up in the Qs. Let's see if it's a V-shaped bounce that we're used to. Microsoft looking stronger. AMD trying to firm up, still severely depressed on AMD's chart. So you could still get quite a bit of participation from a handful of stocks. Nvidia is still looking like it's trying to firm. SOX is trying, Apple's trying. IWM trying to bounce a little bit. Intel's looking pretty strong here, like it's trying to firm up. AVGO still struggling down here. You really want to buy calls in Palantir? Yeah, I mean you could get a bounce for sure. It's had a nice pullback. Valuation's still a bit expensive, but there is some support here. I would expect a bounce in Palantir at least back to call it 170, but I can't chase it yet just from a pure fundamental standpoint. I'd be more inclined to buy it around the 50-day, which is sitting at 152.22. But if the market bounces, Palantir is going to get a bounce, so it's still a a leading stock, right? You have to respect it. It's still a leading stock for sure. Yeah, Nvidia's obviously looking like it's gonna catch a bid. It's one of the leaders, but it has earnings, right? So still always a risk buying ahead of earnings. Obviously, it could pop to new all-time highs, but there's always a risk buying into earnings. Whereas opposed to Palantir, had its earnings, double beat, joining the billion-dollar club, and obviously coming in now. And you can see there is some volume shelf sitting right here on PLTR, so you're likely going to get a bounce off this area. From this low pivot to this high pivot, you're right at your most amount of volume that was traded. So there's definitely a chance PLTR can bounce here for sure. So it's not the worst area on PLTR, and the market's oversold, right? So quality stock should catch a bounce. SOX is still trying to move. Qs are still trying to move to the upside. Super low volume on PLTR. Not really. Intraday, it's had a nice amount of volume. Look, you're trading 88 million shares. Average 20-day volume is 63, so you're above average volume. It's not the worst volume. There's certainly an influx, but it hasn't really built a base yet. It's just still kind of backing and filling a little bit. But there's some support here. You're also testing your weekly chart 7 moving average. So you're buying a back test of this impulse green candle, buying a volume shelf. There's some decent volume. You talking about intraday volume? Yeah, but that's what you want to see for an intraday bottom is a declining volume here. So you had your high volume sell-off, then an algorithmic sell-off. Volume is declining. That is telling us that there's a bit of a local bottom in today. Obviously, there's always a risk, but that's what you want to see is declining volume. All right, Nvidia just still kind of teetering here. AMD taking a bit of a breather. Microsoft still acting well. Apple still trying to push. IWM seeing some more selling. Let's see if this turns into an inverse head and shoulders. Another one on Qs. That would take us to about 572 and change if it were to trigger. So if the Qs break out of this trend line, we should hit 572. Snapchat only down 1% right now. Marvell down 4, Snow down 2.8, Viking still down 41.4%, Carvana down 3.8, Microsoft down 1, but Microsoft's trying to punch it through here. So Microsoft certainly looking like it's put in a little bit of a low. One of the stronger mag names off of the lows here. Apple's trying. Let's see, Meta's also trying. AMD still lagging on AMD, but probably will catch a bit at some point. Let's look at Amazon. And then we'll take a peek at Tesla. Yeah, Amazon putting in a nice little higher low. Trying to firm up. Let's look at Googly. Google also looking a little bit better. Look at the relative strength in Google actually. Trying to test its opening range low already. Interesting. Can see SPY as well. Trying to test that previous little channel, but well off of its opening range. Some quick distribution in NVIDIA. Trying to firm up still. QQQ just building a little flag pattern. Right underneath that EMA 113 on the 1-minute chart. Bitcoin still down 2.35%. Apple's trying to go positive again. Microsoft still trying to push. SOX seeing a little bit of selling. How's Intel doing? Intel's still acting well. Appearing like it wants to push higher. QQQ coming in a little bit here. Selling in the Qs. NVIDIA curling slightly down. SPY seeing some selling. HIMS is trying to make a small move off of the lows here. HIMS is trying. Come on, Qs, breakout here. NVIDIA breakout. Stubborn indice. What's VKTX doing? That's still seeing some selling. Sorry, there was a typo on VKTX. It was 2462, not 2762. Jeez. See what SPY volume is today. Yeah, it's pretty thin volume today, 38.9 million on SPY. QQQ, a little bit more, 36.8 million. So yeah, good observation. It is light volume. Definitely light volume. Considering the sell-off we've had, it's light volume. But Qs are showing a little bit more. SPX, NDX. Palantir still coming in. Yes, I'm long Viking. Small size on VKTX. And this is more of a swing trade. I'm long at 2462. 2462. Yeah, if they get bought by someone, it would pump, right? Imagine this was all one big liquidity sweep. They trap in all the bulls, they stop them out, and then Lily comes in and buys them. That would be the ultimate crazy trade, right? It could happen. That's why I'm treating it now. IWM trying to firm up a little bit. Still Qs are seeing weakness. HIMS is trying to firm up. Natural gas still down 4.86%. Someone was asking me about IWM yesterday. It's into a much better long level now. Can't remember who it was, but IWM's into a much better long level now. NVIDIA trying to squeeze out of this little inverse head and shoulders. Oh, Caleb, it was you. Nice. Well, good thing you sold those IWMs yesterday. Caleb saying shit ton of open interest on VKTX $60 call Jan 16th, 2026. Very cool. Good observation. Yeah, if you want to take options, by all means, that's another way to do it. Jan 16th, ton of time. 60 is a big stretch considering that's where you spike to. I wouldn't be trading 60s personally, but you never know. I mean, with a buyout, it could pop. What's funny is that it did hit 60. You know, the reason I think you're seeing 60, a lot of open interest, is look where you spiked to yesterday. 60 bucks, $61. Now the question is, are you going to have basically a 3x jump? I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. But call options into the January timeframe look pretty good for VKTX. That's for sure. Come on, give this market a little facelift. Give it a little facelift. It's been a really good sell-off today. 35K, that's the open interest on VKTX, 35K. Interesting. Yeah, I'm just buying commons, but I would look at, if I were to buy options on VKTX, it would have to be, let me just see here. I'd probably take $30 calls, maybe 35s for January. IV is 97%. Yeah, I mean, it could rip. It could rip, for sure. VKTX could still go lower even after this decline. Doesn't mean this is a bottom for VKTX, but it's certainly a nice discount compared to where it was trading over the recent sessions. So Q is seeing more selling. More selling on the Qs, having a little bit of a failed breakout there on the 1 minute, getting heavy. Microsoft coming in, Nvidia coming in. Nasty little sell side. Roping in that breakout liquidity and dumping it on people. Feels like 2020 a little bit. What, this market sell-off? Oh, super frothy. Yeah, you know, stocks are extended. That's why you're seeing PLTR. I made a couple of YouTube shorts on PLTR. That's why I was short. Like, there's a lot of names that still have, uh, even just on a simple fundamental PE basis, forward-looking PE, the market is expensive. But the market's expensive because inflation has been running rampant. And let's be real. What are we at on the CPI? I can't remember what, 2.6, 2.7? We're not at 2% inflation. Even if we get to the 2% headline number, everyone in the real world that spends money, pays for bills, buys goods and services, we're not at 2% inflation. We're probably between like 5 and 6% on the real number, the real consumer number that they don't report. So that being said, if we're up well over 5, 6% inflation, stocks like that. But the market is frothy. There's still a lot of expensive names. Even Nvidia is frothy. Microsoft was frothy with its gap up, which is why it's going through distribution. There's still a lot of names. IWM still trying, gold seeing some distribution. Man, oh man, though. But the buy the dip has not been there today. That's for sure. Qs are struggling pretty much at every turn here in the market. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. This Jackson Hole meeting. Wow, SPY took out the lows, guys. SPY just are about to take out the lows on SPY. Holy. Yeah, no, didn't take out the low, but it's looking heavy here, SPY. IWM just took out the lows. Jeez. SPY's flopping down, getting silly. Microsoft had a big fall. QQQ just slightly off of the lows still. Yeah, it felt like a fake out for sure. Maybe an inverse head and shoulders into the end of the day. We'll see. Market still had decent daily chart support on the Qs, backtesting your 20-day right now. 569.50 is your 20-day. Yeah, gold's going down as well. Yep. Liquidity's exiting stage left. Dixie's green. VIX is green. Yeah, 175 is holding on Nvidia for now. You can see it's a 50 moving average on your 4-hour chart. See if they can finally break out of this QQQ inverse head and shoulders. Gives us an upside target of 572.50-ish. If we can trigger this inverse head and shoulders on the 1-minute chart. It's a big if. AMD trying to curl slightly to the upside. Still some heavy selling being observed in the market. HIMS is making a nice little recovery. HIMS is trying to make a recovery. Apple's breaking down right now. Healthcare stocks are still holding steady, but Apple could be making a trip downtown. That's troublesome. Retesting prior day low for Apple to Apple. SPY getting heavy. SPY seeing some heavy selling right now. Yep, Apple getting heavier. IWM still heavy. Nvidia still down 2.9. Another mini head and shoulders on the 1 minute, potentially wanting to play out for the Qs. Pretty extraordinary. As Apple's seeing some more sell side pressure, Microsoft getting heavy, QQQ trying to break down and give us another new low of day, it does appear that way. So impeccable to see that even with the harsh decline in the Qs, we haven't really seen any sort of a bounce yet. Still some pockets of strength in the S&P 500, but it's mainly your XLK getting absolutely clobbered today. Just look at XLK selling off at every turn. Down 1.72%. If we look at the sectors of the S&P 500, you wouldn't think there's much green, but there's quite a bit. Healthcare, utilities, real estate, staples, materials green, transports doing well. And then you have a flat financial sector, slightly negative consumer discretionary, but it's really your big XLK bloodbath today. See a nice little technical breakdown occurring in XLK. Breaking that key trend line. We'll see if it's a fake out or a shakeout. See how Oklo's doing today. Yes, yes, I have. I did create another group there, Mohammed. QQQ going for new lows. New lows incoming for the Qs, guys. That is dirty. Oracle getting demolished today. Let's see what else we got moving. What's Workday doing? Just send me a private DM on Telegram, Mohammed. Ubo getting wrecked today as well. SE holding steady. QQQ just dripping lower. Dripping, dripping, dripping. Microsoft breaking down. Nvidia, AMD, Apple. Apple's been getting heavy. Nastiness. Sheer selling. Holding steady. Bank of America trying to hold. Ticker Square. XYZ, I mean. Yeah, it's coming in too. Lululemon down 3, Nike down. Berkshire standing firm. HCA. That's holding steady. Wow, what a move on HCA. Powerhouse, SFM, Sprouts. Yeah, SFM holding steady as well. Interesting. UPST getting hit. Spotify just slightly negative. Thermo Fisher, that's one that I missed. Damn, look at that move. TMO. Filthy move. KHC doing quite well. Staple stocks. Come on, Harley Davidson today. HOG. That's doing well. This is purely really a mega cap tech sell-off. Mega cap tech. Let's look at Ferrari, RACE. That's had a nice bounce. Ryder Systems. That's showing green right now. QQQ, new lows. There's some lotto call options on the Qs. I'm going to take some lottos here. I'm going to take some 571 0 DTEs. I'm just going to take 20 contracts, about 160 bucks. 571 0 DTE calls. Sized for loss. Sized for loss, guys. Market still struggling here. Bull still curling down. Qs are still under some sell side pressure. Still seeing us flushing here on the Qs. No bounce. Just pure selling. So they could gap us down tomorrow. That's certainly a potential. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. They could try to gap us down. flush on the NASDAQ, continuing to go lower. Wow, what a dump here on the NASDAQ. We are at the lows of the tape. We've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive hours of selling on the QQQ chart. NASDAQ coming in hard. SPX still coming in sharply, testing 6,400. In the Qs today. Pure destruction. We have violated some critical areas, and we're still coming in hard. We have absolutely knifed through critical supports. Hourly chart EMA did nothing for us. Daily chart 20 moving average is doing really nothing for us. That is crazy. Apple rolling heavy, AMD rolling heavy. Everything is rolling heavy here in the market. Let's see what we got. Session lows we don't need on there. So this head and shoulders that triggered. Let's see what type of a downside move it gives us. So you can see the head and shoulders on the Qs that is triggered gives us a target of 564.88 TP. That's your bear TP. Whoops. You keep on flushing this market. So you can see the head and shoulders broke the neckline, and it's been 6 consecutive hours of selling. New lows lows on the Qs. New lows. We are waterfalling again. Because I always size it for loss, you know. 160 bucks is nothing in the portfolio, especially for 0DTs. Pretty amazing though. No bounces in these markets. No bounces. It's crazy. When this market sells, it sells. I mean, we're not even technically at the S&P 500 support. We're just oversold. You're at 4-hour chart support, but we've been knifing through that. That would be crazy if S&P wants to come all the way down to this lower channel. That would be unreal. I'm also going to be switching my live streams over to broadcasting on Telegram. I'll keep my YouTube streams going, but my live day trading alerts will be strictly through a private Telegram group. So you'll be able to still see my screen on YouTube, but the majority of my commentary will be switching over to Telegram. I'll also be sharing my screen on Telegram. It's no delay on Telegram as opposed to the 5 to 10 seconds on YouTube. Some heavy volume coming in on the Qs. Trump is on truth right now. Copper is potentially going to be getting a bid here. Let's see, FCX, SCCO. That's some heavy volume down here on the Qs. Heavy volume. Still super duper oversold. Tesla still down 2%, Meta down 2.2, Amazon down 1.8, Google down 1.13, Apple down 0.5%, Microsoft down 1.5%, Nvidia down 3.35, IWM down 0.92, QQQ down 1.47, SPY down 0.69. Amazing sell-off in the equity markets. Nasty downside price action. It's AMD at the lows. Question here on the Qs. Do we bounce and create an inside bar right shoulder formation that sets up a potential head and shoulders? So what I'm observing here on the Qs, we've come down hard, but do we set up a potential head and shoulders here? So do we get a bounce over the coming sessions and create a right shoulder on the Qs? Maybe. We'll have to watch for that. We'll certainly have to watch for that. So just from a technical standpoint, guys, you always have to remember the market is doing what? Searching for higher highs or lower lows. Today you can clearly see the market's been just grinding in a lower low downtrend. I should have rode the trend, but I still think we're in a raging bull market that should see a buy the dip. But we are still putting in higher lows on this equity market for now. We haven't breached this low. We came very close down here. We've made a higher high. So the big question is, if the markets bounce, what type of a formation do we put? Do we finally put in a lower high? We will find out. But there's certainly a bit of structure change today with tech selling off, underperforming in a very, very overwhelming way. Here comes MSOS again. Our 450 puts are green and in the money here. Guys, I did trim half of my MSOS 450 puts for about 105%. I'm going to put a stop loss around 50%. But I did trim half of my MSOS put options. Okay. Whoops. Here, asking about UNG and Boyle. Yeah, natural gas is getting clobbered today. It's almost like commodities are pricing in the recession. Stocks are kind of. There is some support here, 284. It's not a bad area to try to accumulate. I still have it a little bit lower, around maybe 275, 276, but it could catch a dead cat bounce here, just purely based off of being oversold intraday. I still want that weekly nat gas gap to be filled, which is 278. Really big squeeze here coming into the Qs. We'll see if it's short-lived. Still putting in lower lows, lower highs intraday. But I wouldn't be surprised if they give this a decent facelift. You know, we've pierced the 20-day moving average. That'll be the area to watch or close above that 569.48. I definitely thought the hourly chart EMA was going to hold here. Got a small bounce off it, but just too much selling today. Nvidia, big green shoot. AMD still struggling immensely. Tesla catching a nice big green candle here. Trying to backtest support. One of the new trades we just entered today. You guys think, should I buy Joby? They're trying to facelift this QQQ market here into the close. Bit of a 0DT squeeze coming into play. We've been rejected this EMA. Saw a failed breakout here. We are trying to squeeze though. Final 30 minutes left. We've seen some fairly decent moves into the close before. If you haven't made a watch list of what stocks you want, we've had a nice decline today. You generally want to be accumulating stocks into weakness. And we've certainly had a really big downward move. There's still some stocks selling off at the lows. I've been so close to buying Oklo, SMR. Hood for long? No, I don't like Hood yet. I don't like Hood. Hood is just testing the 20-day. But it's another stock that is a market leading stock. So obviously if the market's squeezed, this name could catch a bid. But I think Hood is shaping up for something similar to what Palantir did. You're catching a little bit of a bid here. A little bit of a bid here on the Qs. Squeeze it. Squeeze it, baby. Squeeze the Qs. Squeeze it, squeeze it. IWM trying to catch a bid. So I did quite a bit of action today. I accumulated several net longs, closed some shorts today, closed my PLTR short, closed my Microsoft short, moved stop loss in the money on Carvana, accumulated a couple different names, new names, accumulated and added to positions, old names, but generally it has been a bit of accumulation on the swing trade long side today. Our big winners on the session on our put side, short side, Microsoft, nice profits off of that name. Palantir, nice chunk of change off of that name. MSOS, 450 puts that we took at the high here, those printed up over 100%. 105% on first trim. Still looking for more downside on MSOS. But as the market is sold off, you just want to be paring back a little bit. MSOS could have a really nasty head and shoulders pattern here, and it's a flat top neckline. So if this breaks, you know, watch out for your marijuana stocks. There's still dumpster fires. We could see 350 on deck for MSOS. I want to watch Home Depot. Home Depot did have a good reaction, held most of its gains here. Considering the market's been through an epic sell, it's actually holding up quite well. XPEV holding up quite well today, despite the market selling. Kraft Heinz Ketchup holding up quite well. Marvell got absolutely dusted with the market today. Snapchat. Snapchat's getting annihilated down here. Lululemon. Still seeing some strength. VKTX still down 42.5%, getting slaughtered on the tape. Nvidia curling right back down. No bounce in semis. ELTR still near the lows. SMR hitting my first true long level. Look at this. SMR, I like you a lot. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let me just quickly take a peek at URA. URA still down 5.7%. Looking like a head and shoulders on URA. SMR. That's a stunning decline on SMR. Really, really stunning. Wow, Marvell is just getting knifed on. Poor Marvell. Hims is going lower. They're still throwing pretty much this entire market out. Qs are trying to stabilize here, but there's definitely still a lot of stocks just bleeding into the close here. Names like all your high beta stocks, Hims, Marvell, SMR, AMD, they're knifing into the close. They're trying to give Apple a bit of a facelift. IWM looking still heavy here into the close. Nvidia still down 3.3%. S&P 500 closing near the low. So again, they could still gap us down tomorrow. So just understand that. But We are testing some pretty big daily chart support levels. We'll see if this is a fake liquidity grab. It does seem like markets are preparing for a little bit of a negative Jackson Hole meeting. Tomorrow in the morning, we do have crude oil inventories. Fed Waller speaks, but not too much data tomorrow. It's really Thursday that gets a little bit more exciting with Fed Chair Powell speaking, Jackson Hole, and you have some 3-month, 6-month bill auction. Why am I not seeing Fed Chair Powell? Oh, that's the wrong date. Wednesday. Thursday. FOMC meeting minutes on Thursday. Oh, never mind. Jackson Hole's Friday. No, okay. Thursday. Starts Wednesday, Thursday. Powell speaks at what time is Powell speaking? Where are you, Powell? Powell speaks 10 a.m. Friday. Thursday night Jackson Hole starts, but markets will be closed. But Friday at 10 a.m. Powell will be speaking. Should be able to find it on my YouTube channel. All right, guys, so we are pretty much that is the tape. Overall, markets saw a pretty horrific decline. That being said, we'll see what market action tomorrow presents us. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, I have started a couple new trading groups, so there's going to be a nice split of the common shares, live trading, and then options trading. So options trading is my more high frequency group. Common shares is a little bit of a slower investing profile, holding less positions. But it's a very, very hard tape to trade. Markets are still in a larger time uptrend, but obviously today that uptrend got hit pretty hard. And the question is, do we gap down tomorrow? And what does Jackson Hole present to us? So there's lots to discuss, lots to look at, but I'll probably be doing a free video after the bell here, and I'll try to touch base on a couple things. But my portfolio was pretty active today. Lost on some positions, but added to some. Closed 3 nice winning trades on the swing trade side. And we'll see what happens with certain positions, whether or not this market wants to bounce. I still think this equity market is very strong, but we need to be careful about this next potential stage of the market, because if we get a lower low, that's obviously a pretty sharp decline that could come into play. But obviously if we get higher high, we still have much, much higher upside price targets in the overall S&P 500. So stay tuned for more analysis, and apologies about that late 0 DTE trade. We'll get it back tomorrow or the next day. There's going to be a lot of opportunities as we progress through the rest of the back half of this year. All right, take care, everybody. We'll see you on the charts a little bit later.